February 2nd Select Board meeting and call it to order. I'd like to begin our deliberations by honoring our country. If we could all stand, that can, and pledge allegiance to our flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What'd you say?
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is citizens' queries. Does anyone have a question or concern they'd like to bring to the attention of the board that is not a regularly scheduled agenda item? Mr. Schaaf.
Good evening. Michael Schaaf, 1 Shagbark Woods. And my query tonight concerns the Regional Dispatch Center, 911 Emergency Dispatch Center. Just to refresh you, the North Shore Regional 911 Center is operated by the state, and it provides emergency dispatch free of charge to all its member communities. The Ipswich now spends, for our own dispatch center, about $600,000 a year, plus indirect costs, plus per annum, plus occasional capital expenses for our own dispatch service. You know better than I that we're facing really tight financial times. The dispatch service that we operate, from my perspective, is a duplicative service. All the towns abutting Ipswich, every single town abutting Ipswich is either a member of the Regional Dispatch or is in the process of becoming a member of Regional Dispatch. I think the Select Board owes the taxpayers every effort to avoid duplicative services and to reduce unnecessary expenses. My query is, when will the Select Board consider joining the Regional Dispatch in order to avoid duplication and reduce our town expenses?
There's been no plan to do that, based upon the decisions that occurred some years ago and public support against that operation as a whole.
So you're referring to 2021?
Correct.
5 years ago?
Yep.
Okay. So I was on the Finance Committee at that time, and as I recall, there was just very little discussion of the financial impact of joining Regional Dispatch.
I disagree wholeheartedly with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well,
I understand.
Trust that you folks can feel comfortable explaining to the taxpayers what that position is, as every other town has joined dispatch and saved some money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Okay, announcements. The first thing I'd like to do is certainly thank our DPW workers and workers from other departments in the town that did such a fantastic job in keeping the streets open and keeping us all safe during the recent storm. It's a tremendous amount of work. It's a lot of strain, a number of hours that they're out there plowing and then picking up the snow and et cetera, et cetera. So I think they did a fantastic job along with our public safety departments in keeping us informed and keeping us safe. So thank you to all of them for a job well done. And as they say, the job continues. I know they were out today cleaning up some sidewalks and picking up some snow in various areas. So well done. I'm sure they are enjoying, I hope, a good night's rest tonight.
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just for the public at home, our chair was invited to our pre-storm meeting to see how we organize and put that together, and I think he was reasonably impressed by the cooperation and working together. We would have done another one of those meetings for this weekend, but it somewhat blew out to sea, but we kept the board up to date on that, so that wasn't required for this weekend, but for the major storm, yes, and they did an excellent job putting that together.
Most most definitely. Any questions or concerns, any comments from other members of the board?
I have
Go ahead, Mike.
another announcement. I'd like to echo those statements, Mr. Chair, and thank our DPW and public safety officials who kept everyone safe and plowed out for the storm. And just to remind folks that I know that the fire department was going around and looking for hydrants to shovel out, but if you do see a hydrant, and this goes not just to residents, but owners of business plazas or commercial properties, if you see a hydrant on or near your property and it has not been shoveled out, please do so as quickly as possible, because eventually this snow will hopefully melt if temperatures go above freezing one of these days. I think today it was like 32 and it felt like spring. But eventually it is going to freeze rock solid, so we want to make sure that all of those hydrants are digged out and we have access to them. And also, unfortunately, Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow today, so it looks like we are going to have 6 more weeks of winter. So we'll see what the future holds for weather.
Thank you, Michael. I don't want to mention Phil's track record, not stellar, but anyway, let's hope he's wrong this year. I don't know about you, but I've had quite enough shoveling
Here, here.
and cold weather.
Couple of
Yes,
announcements.
please.
Thank you. The Eastern Essex Veterans Board will meet Wednesday night, February 4th at 6:30 in the Veterans Office. And the Shellfish Advisory Board meeting, previously scheduled for tomorrow night, has been moved to Thursday, March 5th. And just an aside on that, I'm working with Valerie Coolidge from Senator Tarr's office to schedule the first meeting of the Clam Harvest Expansion Task Force. And it looks like it'll probably be mid-March due to everybody's schedules. So, and finally, I just want to offer the city of Gloucester and the families of the 7 who were lost at sea this past week our deepest sympathy and support as they grieve that tragedy.
Anything?
I don't. Thank you.
The pedestrian cycle group will be meeting next on Tuesday, February 10th at 7 p.m. in Room C.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is board and committee business, and we have a request for a new appointment, Mr. Vincent Valcione. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Close enough. Not bad? Pretty close. Okay. Well, my name is Trapitsky, and I understand mispronunciations. I try to do my best. I don't always make it. But Vincent is applying for a vacancy on the Shade Tree and Beautification Committee. So if you'd like to come up, come up and explain why you're interested in that committee, we would appreciate it.
Okay. Name is Vincent Falcione. I've lived in Ipswich for about 20 years, though I'm not from here. Live on Topsfield Road. I was looking to get involved, and it was interesting. A graduate of the Stockbridge School of Agriculture, UMass. I'm a certified arborist. I currently work for the City of Cambridge and maintain and manage a large open space. I've been involved in parks and open space probably since I was 17. And it seemed interesting. And I walk downtown all the time, so I'm always, I live right on Topsfield Road across from the hair salon, so it's just sort of part of my walking route. So, it seemed like an interesting committee, and I saw an opening.
Very good. Questions from members of the board? Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for applying. It's always good to get these vacant seats filled. Have you had the opportunity to attend one of their meetings yet?
No.
Okay. And I'm assuming you have the availability for whatever time commitment is required for this committee?
How often do they meet? I mean, that was one of the things. I used to be on the Concom in the town I grew up in Reading, and that's a huge commitment. And I assume they don't meet as much.
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
I think they meet once, they're supposed to meet once a month.
Yeah, once something like that's fine,
In the
yeah.
winter, bi-monthly.
Great.
And the meetings, really surround many of your areas of expertise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm native plants, I'm an arborist, pesticide applicator, I can keep going.
That's great.
Wow.
Yeah, those are the kinds of attributes and expertise, that would be of great value.
Yeah, and I love the downtown, and I always keep thinking it could be a little better. No offense,
Sure.
it's beautiful, but
They feel the same way, believe me.
yeah.
I sit as
Yeah.
liaison to that committee, and there's real passion, for the work at hand as well as the potential.
Yeah, it's a nice space, it really is.
No, I just want to thank you for stepping forward and applying. I think your experience and background will make a great fit for that committee.
Oh, sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Is there a motion? All right, Cal, did you have a question?
No, I just would agree. It'd be a great addition. Oh, I was just going to maybe point one little thing out, which is your background may be helpful to this. One of the sort of initiatives that will come before the Shade Tree Committee, if it hasn't yet, is that our local utility department is undertaking a bit more of a, I don't know what the right word is, maybe more of an aggressive pruning program, because they've had a lot of overgrowth of trees into wires.
And is it done by our guys, or is it contracted
I
out?
think they contract.
I think the contract.
Fully contracted, yeah.
So we had just asked them to coordinate, and which they said they would, with groups like the Shade Tree Committee, just to balance those two interests.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues with line clearance is often they're paid in the lineal foot, and I'm a certified arborist and have done tree work for a long time. I mean, now that I'm older, I don't, but they need to be supervised and they need to be spoken to, otherwise they tend to they get paid by the foot, just hack and not make good cuts, and they need supervision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your
I just don't
expertise.
know how you guys, I thought you guys did it internally with your own staff at one point, and then it seemed like Asplund or Lewis or some of the other companies were doing it now. I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Or if it was Mayor or it was one of the companies.
I think it's mayor, and there is a
And-
real concern on the part of the ELD
Mm-hmm.
not to do, what you say. It's not like in New Hampshire when they just clear everything.
Oh, they cut everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not clear cut by any stretch of the imagination. I think I think the goal is of the department, and certainly is this board, is, to protect the wires from dangerous, and impending hazards, as opposed to just, making a hazard non-existent.
Yeah, and like Mayor, for example, is a good company, but, you got to work with them, you got to supervise them. You can't just cut them loose. And, yeah, some of the tree work done in the name of line clearance is horrible, and sometimes the trees should just be really removed and something smaller and more appropriate planted, instead of just coming back every year and just hacking at it.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is, the line clearance guys get paid on the foot, and they don't really, they just cut. But Mayor's a decent company.
Right.
Anything else?
So I have a question about the process. So is this going to be are we going to vote at the next meeting, or are we voting
Yeah.
tonight?
Yep.
Okay.
The process that we use is we interview the person on the first evening. It's not necessarily come back on the second. You'll receive notification relative to your appointment. It just gives the town, and the select board a chance to, just think about it for a period of time, and then come. Okay?
And, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I was just pulling up the master spreadsheet on the boards and committees of town, and I'm not sure if it's accurate, but the vacancy that I believe he's seeking is expired June 30th, 2025. So I'm assuming that this appointment would go until June 30th of 2028. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Except for a few meetings, maybe.
I'm not moving or anything. Yeah, been in the same house for about 20-some odd years. I don't think we're going to be leaving.
Excellent.
Okay, so
That
that's
was
the
it?
process,
Yes.
and thank you very much.
Yes, thank
So,
you.
What do I do? Just wait if I hear from
Yeah,
someone?
you'll hear from the town hall.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
easy enough.
And we have your contact information.
My email, yeah, I emailed somebody.
Yep,
Okay.
we have it.
The town clerk will send you a letter and then saying that you've been appointed if we vote to appoint you, which we'll see, and at the next meeting. And then you'll have to come in and get sworn in at the town clerk's office, and then you'll be able to attend the next meeting and be a voting member.
Okay, sure.
Thank you for your interest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All set?
Appreciate it.
All
Thanks.
set.
All right, the next item on our agenda is a provisional commercial clamming permit application by Brian Zielinski of Broadway Avenue.
So I have a couple of questions about this. So I know Mr. Zielinski had a commercial permit for years, and I looked back, I didn't see his name on this year's list, or last year's list, I should say. But the permit year runs from April 1st to March 31st of each year. So if we're going to grant him a provisional license now, there's like 2 months left in this year. So is he going to pay the $450 for 2 months? Or is he just looking to get on the list for the next permit year? Because there's nothing in our regulations that allows for prorated fees or anything like that. So I think someone should reach out to Brian to find out, is he planning to go clamming between now and April 1st? Or is he looking to get on, maybe he missed the lottery deadline for new permits in December?
Yeah, I mean, he would have been granted a permit anyway.
Yeah, because there's plenty of openings, but I'd hate to see him pay $450 now and then have to pay it again for the next permit year.
Planning on clamming now.
Correct.
I think it'd be good to confirm that.
Yeah, I mean, the letter from the chief obviously said he's received one application for a provisional permit.
Right. This is the chief's standard memo, though, for whenever there's during the course of the year. I would like somebody, maybe the chief, to confirm with Mr. Zielinski what he's looking for. If he just wants to get on the list for the new permit year, I don't think there's going to be any problem with that.
Well, how about this? How about if we approve this with the assumption that he wants it now? And then if he chooses not to get it now, he just won't get one, right?
Okay.
We can give him permission.
With the
to do it.
understanding that, there's no prorated fees and
Right.
all that.
But if we approve it
Yeah.
now, let's assume we have it right and he wants it now and wants to clam now, approve it now. And then if he, if we speak to him or if the chief speaks to him and
Right.
he realizes, oh, I really don't want it until April, then he can just ignore that and
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And then if that is what he wanted, then he can start as soon as the.
Then he'll have to pay the fee now, and he'll have to pay it again
as long as he knows
next
that.
month when,
I just
right.
don't want to hold it up in the event that he actually wants to go out.
Right, we miss
Right.
another week.
Or he misses another week.
Yeah.
So I'll make the motion to approve the provisional commercial shellfish permit for Brian Zielinski, with the understanding that the chief or somebody from the town will reach out to Mr. Zielinski to confirm that he's looking for one for this permit year.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just for approval, so there will not be any reduced fee?
We've never done that. There's nothing in our regulations that.
Oh, that's fine, I just
yeah.
want to confirm.
Right.
No,
Maybe there should be something.
Well, then you run into, somebody pays a fee and they move out of town in June, then they want refunds, and so the town has never had a provision for prorations or refunds or anything like that.
so basically what we're doing is we're approving the provisional license, provided that Mr. Zielinski is contacted and confirms that he wants the permit for this calendar year.
Well, let me amend my motion to say that I move to approve Brian Zielinski's provisional commercial permit, shellfish permit, for the permit year ending March 31st, 2026.
Second. And then he can, on his own, decide, yes, I'll pay
Or
the,
not.
the amount to
Right.
get me till March 31st, or I'll just wait until the next round.
Right.
There's still time for him to apply for the next round.
Well, maybe that should be a second motion, because there's not. The lottery application period ended December 31st for new permits. So that's why I'm wondering if that's what this really is, to get on the lottery list.
Well, let's do this.
Do two separate motions then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right.
shouldn't. So, yeah,
so
I mean,
let's
that's
do the
fine.
first
Then we can
motion
make a
first, right?
Good.
Okay.
Yep. So,
So, the motion, is there a second?
yep, I
Sec-
seconded.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Okay, so my next motion will be to allow Brian Zielinski to apply for the lottery to be held by the Shellfish Advisory Board for a commercial permit for the permit year beginning April 1st, 2026.
Second.
Any further discussion? Been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
There's got a lot of options now.
Okay, we have about a few more minutes for our trash discussion. So I'd like to move on to,
Would you like us to give you a town manager hiring update?
yeah, that's actually where I was going, that
Sure.
in the minutes.
Happy to do that. So, just to refresh everyone's memory, Carl and I serve as the two select board members and the only two members of the screening committee. The deadline for interested parties to submit applications to become Ipswich's next town manager was this past Friday, January 30th. And I don't know if the camera can show this, but believe it or not, we received 40 applications and resumes. So this binder consists of all the cover letters and resumes and letters of recommendation. So we did have our work cut out for us, which Carl and I did independently over the weekend. We combed through all of the resumes that were sent to us, and then we met for the first time today prior to this meeting, where we had our initial look at comparing Carl's notes and my notes. And what we came to a conclusion of is that out of the 40 applicants that applied, 11 are going to make the first round of interviews, with 3 as a backup. So that's 14 in total that we were interested in. 26 will not be moving forward, and they'll be receiving those emails in the next day or two. The idea is that we're going to be sending out emails to the 11 people that we have primary interest in conducting a first round of interviews for. Again, the application was open for about a month, so you never know if circumstances within those individuals change, and maybe there's some within that 11 that say, thank you, I've moved on. So we want to make sure we have options available to us, but we think that 11 for the first round is a healthy number. So the idea is that we'll be sending out emails thanking those who applied in the next day or two and inviting those to attend the first round of interviews with just Carl and I, which we will be conducting the week of February break. So the good news is that we are actually going to be ahead of schedule by a week, which is good, giving us some flexibility and some wiggle room. Carl, if you'd like, you could pick it up and mention what we discussed for a further timeline after that.
Yeah, so after we get through the interviews, which we plan to complete by the 23rd, no later than the 23rd of February, then we'll take a little time to review that, forward on the 5 or less finalist candidates to the select board. We would have to announce those finalist candidates in a public meeting, so we do that at the next select board meeting, presumably. And then after that, We have scheduled the last, that would bring us into probably the first week of March, by the time we get a select board meeting to make that announcement. And then we have a series of activities that would go forward that included potential site visits we wanted to do, department head interviews with the candidates, community interviews with the candidates, and then the select board interviews. And all that would occur in the middle couple of weeks of March, and coming down then to hopefully a decision on a candidate to make an offer to by the end of the month.
Carl and I plan on meeting this Friday in the morning to go over how those interview dates are going to look and what the questions are going to be. So for those on the board that have questions that they would like us to incorporate during the initial interview process, please forward them to both Carl and I. The idea is that each candidate is going to have about 45 minutes. So we're going to do an hour block with 45 minutes of the actual hour being the interview, and then hopefully a 15-minute gap in between just in case we run into overflow. But we're hoping to have a healthy amount of questions that can really gauge a sense on whether or not this individual will make it to the top 5 or less that we plan on sending to the rest of the board.
Right. And Sarah, did you ever send on the previous questions?
I did send them on, but I can resend them.
Okay, well, we have them. If they're in email, I just hadn't looked for them
I'll
again.
take a look at them again. I mean, the initial draft I had compiled, and I compiled that from our past interviews.
Yeah.
Yep. But I will look at that again and resend it and add a couple other things. I'll
Great.
send that along.
Great.
So if you guys could get that to us by Friday morning, gives you a couple days to think of some stuff, that'd be great. And then, just for those watching at home, there is going to be opportunities to hear from, as Carl mentioned, department staff. There is going to be opportunities to hear from the public. It is not going to be exclusively just the select board. We do want to hear from people who are invested in this process, the stakeholders.
And can you kind of go over, I know you mentioned department head interviews, site visits, input from the community, and where is the select board interview, formal select board interview in that process? At the end?
At the end.
Of all of
So
those things.
right now, we're a little ahead of schedule, but we had the select board interviews scheduled for the week of March the 16th.
Okay. And will some select board members participate in the site visits? Are you looking at site visits for staff and department heads? Or how does that, who are you imagining for when you say site visits?
I don't think we fully worked that part out yet, so
No.
we can discuss that as a board and how we
And I
want to
think
approach that.
I think Charlie, and you had mentioned this as something you were interested in, so if it were, I don't know what we've done here in the past. I know when we did this on the school superintendent search side, we
Yeah.
put a little committee together, and a group of representative board members, staff, administrators went on the site visits. So maybe it'd be something like that?
Yeah, that would be great. I think the select board should participate in those, so that, for the rest of us, that should,
Well-
be some of our.
If there's 3, though, that means we have to post.
Yeah, no,
Right.
Actually, the site visits that I was involved in the past were not done by Bill Kraft and I. It was the other 3 members of the board that went and did the site visits.
Oh, that hadn't been part of the interview, the initial
That's
interview.
good.
And I think we could break it up, split it up, too.
One went to, the western part of the state, wherever, and, had sort of, quote, one prior place of employment.
Okay.
to look at. Just a question on the public input. What arrangement are you thinking of in that? An open public meeting or selected members of the public? Or have you thought about that at all?
We hadn't really talked about it. I think it should be an open public meeting. I think that'd be the most appropriate. Let anyone who wants to come and meet the candidates. And I'm just thinking out loud here, but I could imagine a panel of candidates and let them answer questions from the public.
And just to be clear, the only thing that Carl and I have really discussed and made decisions on is the part of the process that involves just he and I. The public forum and how we communicate the candidates with the staff and how we do the site visits, we can all talk about collectively in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Might be a good
So
topic
I would
for
actually,
our next
Mr. Chairman, I
meeting.
would recommend if we could keep a ongoing town manager search update agenda item, just in case we need to discuss that, that'd be perfect.
Every time we meet, it's going to be on.
That'd be great.
Do you have anything to add to what's been
I
discussed?
spoke with the two gentlemen
Yep.
prior to the meeting, and I think we're all
Spot on.
on the same page as what they requested for next steps and such.
We have some good people that applied, so,
Yeah.
yeah. Looking forward to that.
Good.
All right. Anything further? Any questions?
Good for now.
And I'll send you all an email just reminding to get the questions to us by Friday.
Good. Good. All right.
Hey,
Good evening, Rick. Hey, Rick. It almost being 7:05, I think it is 7:05, actually. We'll move on to our discussion of trash.
Trash talk.
Rick, thank you.
talking trash with Rick Clark.
Did everyone get the one page
Yeah.
copy?
Do you have an extra copy? That would be better.
Copy, that'd be great.
I have that, so you can read extras like that.
There's nobody here, so I
Thank you. Thank you. We're here, Rick.
Take it personal.
Thank you.
Rick Clark, Public Works Director, and I'm just came here to give you an update of where we are with the trash. We sat down with three, firms or contractors to go over the trash, what we're looking for. And all of the contractors are pushing us towards automation. And it's coming, it's the future, and it's cheaper for them, and especially for the insurance. So they're trying to get the person not in the back of the trucks. So,
Could you just explain that to the public, what automation is?
so automation will be, the town would have to purchase the carts, and one of their trucks, instead of having two people in the trucks, one driving and one in the back, they'll have an arm that comes up to the barrel and lifts it into the back of the truck. So, again, it's safe, it's a lot safer, and for insurance reasons, that's why they're doing that.
And behind you are examples of what the barrels would look like.
Yes, want me to bring them up?
If you wouldn't mind, that'd be
Yeah.
great, yeah. I'll help you.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but they're dressed
Nice, nice. You hand me the jokes. You just hand them to me. It's just wide open. Don't even have to work for it. Oh, wow, all of them. Well, those can all be picked up by the, wow.
So, on this side over here is a 35-gallon container. And most towns have that for trash. Oh, I guess what, they're pushing the 35, DEP's pushing the 35-gallon container. The contractors would prefer the 64 or the 96. But DEP will give us a grant if we purchase the 35 for $30 per container. So once we buy the containers, DEP will give us a grant to get $30 back for each container we buy. So DEP really wants people to reduce their trash and recycle more, to recycle.
So if we get 30, come container.
Yep, I have that.
I think it's on the back sheet there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to look for it.
I don't, the fact sheet you have, I don't think so. Well, I got it right here. So a 35-gallon container is about $40. I'm sorry, $35, $36. The 96
is about $45, and the 64 is about $40.
So,
So I'm sorry, what was the 35-gallon cost again?
All right. The 65-gallon, which is the middle one, is $40.
Okay,
The 35-gallon one is $36,
okay.
and the 90 is like $45. So it's like $5 difference for each one.
And Rick, does the $36 for the 35-gallon, does that include the DEP grant or not include?
It doesn't include it, so we'll be paying $6 per our container with the DEP grant.
Less.
Well,
Total.
total.
Because the DEP grant gives you $30 a pop.
I see.
So the town would pay $6
okay.
right.
If you look at the last sheet,
A barrel.
the last sheet I gave you back, option C, it says, office surface carts, that's $219,000 to purchase 35-gallon carts.
Yep,
And we'll get back $150,000 from the
Right.
DEP grant.
yep.
And with that, if you do that math, it doesn't add up, because with that $219,000, they ship them here, and then they disperse them to the residents. So that $219,000 does all that.
And how many would you be ordering?
We have about 4,500 trash customers, but we'll probably get, that price is like for 5,000 containers.
Okay.
So I just did 5,000.
Yep.
But is it
But
two,
I don't
is it,
think we're gonna-
is it 2 bins, though? Trash and recycle per customer?
It is, but I'll get to that.
Okay.
So my math tells me that 5,000 bins at $6 apiece is $30,000.
But
So where's the 200 and something come from?
219 is with the $36 and the shipping them here and then driving out and giving to each resident. So if you do the 37 or 36, it's like 180,000 minus the 150 is 30, but the extra is what, when they disperse the containers.
There's a delivery fee.
All right, so the cost of each container does not include getting them here. It's just the cost of the container itself.
I have the proposal, I'll make a copy and give it to you after.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Rick,
basically,
just as we make that decision, okay, what do we do now for the size of barrels, okay? And what has the experience been with overthrow or overfilled barrels?
So right now, this first container is what we allow a resident to give us every week. So make a long story short, I would think option C is the best, but we'll go through it. Option C is we start with the trash. We stay with automation for the recycling for a year, so we can, kind of disperse the capital from buying both containers at one time. And then throughout the year, we can decide what we want, the 64 for recycling or the 96. When I first started speaking to the contractors, I was like, I think 96 is going to be way too big
That's a huge barrel, right?
for a big barrel. But then putting them side by side, I didn't think it was that much of a difference.
Right.
Right.
And if we went with the 96, we might be able to, go recycling every other week. So that could cut down the cost in the
Oh,
future.
okay. So you're talking about the second barrel for recycling,
So I'm almost positive we're getting the 35
for
for trash.
trash.
Because we don't get the DEP grant
Right.
if we go further.
I got
And
that.
We're trying to reduce trash, and this is what we are doing now.
Right.
I live in Hamilton. Right now, we do 35-gallon automation trash, and recycling is unlimited, but it's manual. But Hamilton's going to automation both. They're all going automation. So I think 35 is definitely going to go either way. That's just,
Yeah, no, I'm talking about for the recycling, it'd be the middle one.
so the recycling is, we can decide, if we go with option C, we don't need to decide right now.
Okay.
So we can either do, the 96, which is way left over there,
the price buying is very minimal difference, but we might be able to go to every other week recycling.
And what, assuming we do this, what provisions are we going to make for residents to unload the current barrels and recycling bins that they all have now?
We never purchased those. Those are, you know,
But is the town, if we switch to this, is the town going to make some accommodation for people to drop them off or somehow get rid of them?
I think it'd be like a rigid plastic or a bulky item, or maybe do a one-time pickup.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to do this, I would think we'd have to think about that, because especially with the recycling bins that say Town of Ipswich on them, I mean, we should, you know,
We don't have
the green
all the
bins,
blue ones. You still can use those probably for the next year or so.
yeah.
People will find a use for them.
Yeah, use it,
Yeah.
put some salt in it, salt your driveway, or, you know.
Okay.
So.
How many people, if you know, participate in the composting?
We're just reaching 1,000 this year, over 1,000.
Do you think that is a significant way to reduce the amount of trash that goes into trash?
I think it reduces, on the outskirts, like of Lineberg Road or you know, end of Topsail Road, where people have land, they can do their own composting.
Yeah.
I think it's really useful for people inside the city that can't compost.
Yeah.
So I think it's, you know,
Does it have a positive effect on the dumping fees of the trash, though?
yeah, the less weight you put into the trash bin, it's the less what you're paying in tonnage.
And just, I mean, I would say anecdotally, just, you know, personal experience, when I pick up that little compost bin that we put out every week, it probably weighs 2 or 3 times what our full trash bin does.
I thought we ran the numbers a few years ago, and I thought once the composting program started, it was saving the town because of the tonnage, the change in the weight, because those bio-waste weigh so much volume.
Yeah.
It was like 500 grand. It was a significant savings, I thought.
Do you have those numbers, Rick, from, like, over the course of the last, I don't know how long that program's been in place, but maybe the last 3 or 4 years?
I can get those numbers.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think not only the tonnage would be, you know, important, but, you know, the savings at the other end.
Yeah. And in Hamilton, where I live, it's mandatory that you have the green composting bin.
And does the town pay for the compost?
Yes. But they won't pick up your trash or recycling unless that bin's out.
But they pay a contractor to do pick
It's
up
part of
the
their,
compost.
it's part of their,
So they have a trash contract, a recycling contract, and a compost.
yes, I believe Casella does the composting and the recycling trash.
You know, that may be something that would be just worth looking at, too.
If there's an economy to it, you mean? To have the same contractor picking up more than one?
I
Is that what you're saying?
think it's different people. Yeah, what I'm saying is I think it would be good to look at the 3 contracts to see if the savings in the tippage fee, you know, if we put the compost in a different stream, would be, you know, something that would be worth doing financially.
So again, in Hamilton, the trash truck comes, and then the recycling truck does one side composting and one side recycling, but it's not automated.
Okay.
So that's where you might have the issue. If the automated arm has to be for composting, that might be difficult. But I'll get those numbers and get back to you on that.
Rick, are these 3-year contracts, 5-year contracts, or is this just what year 1 would look like?
This is what year 1 looks like. I've got prices, it's like 5% increase every year.
5% increase every year? And are they offering, I know that in previous trash contracts, I think we had 3 years, the 2-year extension option. Are those staying the same, or are we able to go up to 5, especially now that the new bylaw has been passed?
The last time we did this contract, they were offering us a 10-year contract, which I was in favor of, but we couldn't get through the procurement to the town, and it would have saved us. I don't think trash or recycling is ever going down. It's only going up.
Sure.
So if you have a contractor that you like, and they're going to give you a better price in the longer term, so if that's what you want me to look at, I can look at a longer term contract.
I don't see the risk in that. I mean, especially to your point, I can't see trash going down, the cost of trash going down.
It's one of the services that, didn't we approve that in a recent bylaw change? That we could enter into contract longer than 3 years?
We, yeah, up to 5.
Professional services contracts, wasn't it? Was it certain kinds of contracts?
They were, but we can also, as a select board, bring this before town meeting for a special approval of town meeting, I believe. Tom, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
If our bylaw says that we can enter into contracts up to 5 years, but Rick is able to find us, let's just say for argument's sake, a stellar deal that's a 10-year-long contract with hauling, couldn't we bring that proposal before town meeting and get that approval?
I would have to review that, but generally you do see some trash ones where it's a 5-year contract where there's an additional 5 years that you
Extension.
can-
Opt into?
Okay,
Yeah, not buy into, but you can approve, yeah.
okay. Look into it, see what we can find. And I'm sorry, can you just go through the math again? So,
I mean, Rick, did you want to step through these and
yeah.
maybe
that's
do
a good
that
idea.
first, and then we can hit you with more questions?
All right, so the current hauling contract for right now, this ends June 30th. And you can see how it's breaking down. The base price is $1,023,000, and the trash is, $315 to disposal and $240 for recycling. So basically, the $315 is the cost to get rid of the trash, which is a different contractor than who hauls it. So we have one contractor that hauls it and one contractor that disposes it. So right now we have Republic, which they bring it to Andover, to Wheelabrator, and that's about $315 a year. So the next hauling proposal for upcoming, this is full automation. This means we're getting full automation with the trash and full automation with recycling. So again, the base price is $1,082,000. The full cost stays the same at $321 and $270 for the recycling. But underneath that, it's going to cost close to $500,000 to purchase the carts, and we get the grant for $150 if we go with the 35 gallon container. So, and the total cost would be $2,048,000. That's option A, which is full automation, and we would have to decide which recycling cart we're going to go with.
And obviously, that's just a one-time expense.
And we would have to know, I would probably give the contractor, 3 to 4 months to get these carts and get the new automation vehicles up in place.
So this would be geared to start, like, say, July 1st?
We want to start in July.
Yeah, because that's when this ends, right?
How does, just out of curiosity, what's the requirement on the household when you go to automation? Do they have to position the barrels a certain way, or how does that work?
Normally, you just bring the barrel, and this is the street over here. That's how you place the barrel. So when you lifts it, it opens and the flap comes up.
So the bar in the front would have to be facing the street?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then once we decide it, it'll be, hand out flyers and everything else showing how to do that and, spacing them, of
I
course.
see. Yep.
So Rick, I think you said that you had spoken with 3 vendors.
Yes.
Is this a comparison? Is there a comparison of the 3 vendors?
Pretty much the best price out of the 3 vendors right now. We're meeting with one more, too.
Okay.
So you got current hauling, option A, and option B.
Well, option B is we do not do any automation. That we pay fee, it's $25,000 a month fee monthly to not have automation until we get to automation.
And all 3 vendors are doing this?
Now, right now, this is just, I'm getting prices from the other 2 vendors right now on all these different options.
Okay.
Okay.
So again, the base price stays the same, the recycling and the trash stay the same. but then I'm adding $25,000 a month, which added on about $305 per year.
Right, so almost no difference between full automation and manual.
And
Total price.
We're not one step closer to automation.
Right. Yep.
So option C, which is one I really think we should look into, is do an automation on trash only and give us a year to, how we're gonna do recycling. So that would be a $12,000 per month, because you're only doing half. So a total of, with the, purchase of the carts and the grant, you're looking at almost $1.9 million total.
But the purchase of the containers is 1 year only. Right.
So then the following year, we can work towards recycling containers, how to break it up.
But again, excuse me, Rick, your 1.895 that's here is a 1-year contract.
That's using the base price of the first year. The base price doesn't change.
Right. Okay, got it. I see.
Then you're gonna add probably 5% on top
Yeah,
of
the
base
following
price.
year, the following year.
And if we went option C and then following year, whatever, we say, okay, let's go full automation, then we'd have to account for the
Another
cost
round
of
of-
the additional barrels
Right.
and another $150,000 or so to get to the full automation cost.
Yeah, you're probably looking at, $45 times 5,000, or, whatever that is. And I do want to take advantage of the DEP grant, so I don't know how long that's going to be around.
Right.
Does DEP offer a grant for the recycling barrels too?
You use 35 gallons,
Okay.
but I strongly I would,
For recycling?
Yes.
They only give you, the
That's
DEP
interesting.
gives you this money for the smaller barrel for recycling.
they will if you use a 35 gallon, which I don't think you can,
I don't think,
No, we have more than that.
I don't think so either.
I'm surprised they wouldn't want you to
Right.
encourage recycling and give you the bigger,
I think what they're trying to do is break it down even more, like the lush,
really compact for volume,
I usually have one trash barrel, 35 a week, and I have two
right?
35 gallons and some for recycling, but I wouldn't say I'm the greatest at breaking down materials.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I can just put my own personal commentary on that. There's only 2 in my household in Swampscott, and I can tell you, we put out a heck of a lot more recycling than we do in trash. Trash, we're lucky if we put in once a week, 1.5 bags in the trash. The recycling, I can almost guarantee you, every week goes into an overflow. What you originally remember, the recycled things used to be open, small
Bins.
buckets, or whatever you want to call it.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah,
the-
green
the-
ones.
The toters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
I can almost guarantee you, every week, I put overflow into the toter. And we're big recyclers, but still, just for the 2 of us, we definitely go over it.
Yeah.
So I would recommend doing 35 for recycling.
Yeah. How does overflow work in a full automation operation?
Well, we got a price, with that price I gave you, we can still keep the overflow bags. So one day a week, they'll drive around. It's like a $12,000 difference, $27,000 difference for not having an overflow. So if we get rid of all overflows and let them, either bring it to, G Mello or someplace,
Or keep it for the next week?
That just, yeah,
$30,000 off that
I see.
that,
price,
that,
but I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah.
that puts a burden on larger families. So,
Well, if we go to pay as you throw, or we could do is larger families, you could purchase another 35-gallon barrel a week, like a $300 fee for a year, you can get 2 35-gallon barrels. But that's up to you, you gotta make that decision.
But that would also affect the hauling cost, wouldn't it? If they're picking up 3 barrels instead of 2 at a residence, wouldn't they factor that into the cost?
They don't want us to go with the overflows, they want us to do automation.
Oh,
So it would be like a $27,000
And overflow is different from bulky items, right, Rick?
Bulky item is different, yeah, bulky item is still in. You still can put a bulky item out.
Okay.
You gotta pay, pay for it.
Yeah.
And that's when they would send the truck around to pick it up. Okay.
In an automated truck, how do they load a
It's
bulk?
not an automated truck on that. On the bulky items, it wouldn't
Oh,
be.
there'd
It would
be a
be like a
separate-
once a month.
Oh, okay, right.
A regular truck would go out and pick it up.
In a perfect world, Rick, when are you hoping to get a direction so you can move forward in the process?
Tonight?
For budget purposes too, right?
Decide which option we're going, I can kind of work with that and get, maybe better prices. And as the longer we wait, we're in jeopardy of not getting the barrels or the trucks.
So if we did go with your recommendation, option C, it's approximately $300,000 more per year than our current contract, right? Am I reading that right? Or that's only the first year, maybe?
That's only the first year.
It's about 1.4 in our current contracts, 1.9 to 1 point, almost 6, I guess.
Yeah, right. So about say, call it 250 to 300,000 more. I guess my question is, what's the thought on how we make up that difference? Is there?
Well, this is my opinion. Like right now, for Little Neck, we make them do pay-as-you-throw. So every time they go with barrels, they put out, I don't know, $2 bag, and we pick them up. I think we've been at $2 for a long time. Most towns are between 4 and 3. So I would increase that. That's the first thing I would do, increase that price for $2 a bag, go up to 3 or 4.
For one bag?
For one bag. There's also a grandfather list that we're picking up that we should not be picking up. There's about 330 people on this grandfather list. Most of it's like Colonial Drive or Ipswich Woods. We shouldn't be picking, by the bylaws, we should not be picking them up. So I think if you make the grandfather list pay and Little Neck pay, you can subsidize some of this cost.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I concur with Mr. Clark on the ones who haven't been paying all these years, who we shouldn't have been picking up. I do concur with him that a fee should be installed for those if they wish to have trash picked up by the town, because they were never, in their permits, their
Right.
approvals, they were not approved for that. We can't go after them for previous, but going forward, we should have some
Right.
type of fee.
And it's documented for those projects when they were permitted, right, that they would not be receiving that service, right?
Yeah, based on our earlier conversations, Tom, I agree wholeheartedly with that. I mean, I think that practice has existed far too long, and it's cost us a lot of money on the contract itself.
And we pay for 4 dumpsters on those contracts.
Right.
I don't know why we're paying those dumpsters.
Right.
So they're not even abiding by the 35 gallons, which everybody else is. They actually have dumpsters, which
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, really, it is time to enforce that.
So, I mean,
It's
if you have,
ridiculous that we've done it for as long as we have. That's really been a terrible oversight.
So can you walk me through how that happens? So how does it happen that a development goes in and one of the things that is in the documentation is that you have to pay for your own trash removal service, and then for God knows how many years, especially depending on when some of these developments went up, we've just been incorporating it into our routes.
so I would say, since I've been here, when a new development comes into, develops, I refuse to trash. I said, it's up to them, they gotta get their own trash. I'm getting numerous phone calls, can I get my trash picked up? I've been holding strong on that. So this list was developed over 20 years ago. It's always called the grandfather list. And we've never known how it ever came to about. I've asked Alan to planning director to come down and go through those. I gave him the list, and I would say 90% came back saying, it says trash not to be paid by the town.
You know, it actually came to light at our meeting when a, you know, relatively new development in town petitioned us to have that trash.
Yeah. This was just a couple of years back.
Well, this was a couple months, okay. So, that I was made aware of it, and I think, you know, Tom was made aware, he saw the list, so. It's, as I said before, it's somehow, somewhere, it's happened for too long. And, you know, it's time to put a stop to it.
How many developments are we talking, Rick?
36?
Well, you said 330 households, right?
330 on the, this is plus or minus.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
330 on
Average.
the grandfather list,
330 individual houses,
plus 3 or 4 dumpsters.
plus 3 or 4 dumpsters. The town of Ipswich should not be paying for their removal, but we are.
And then you got about 170 at Little Neck, which Little Neck right now is paying pay-as-you-throw. They get recycling, but they do not get, you know, we don't pick up the trash unless it's a blue bag out there. And when we made that, when Little Neck went to a condominium, that's when we said we're not plowing, we're not responsible for trash anymore. And at that point, we were getting the recycling, we were making money. So it was a good deal for the town. You pay as you throw, they still get trash, and they get the recycling. So now, recycling, as you see, costs more money to get rid of than trash to get rid of.
Right, right.
Speaking of that, where does the recycling go?
Recycling right now goes to JRM, Republic, and it goes to the conveyor belt.
Yeah.
They try to get rid of it in different, you know, they try to get rid of glass, they try to get rid of paper, or, you know, and the other stuff probably goes to India right now.
Okay, so it does go somewhere and not into an incinerator.
It doesn't go, no.
Okay.
It goes to the incinerator, the trash
Yeah,
goes to the
right.
incinerator.
right. Okay.
And again, if you guys ever want to go to that Republic, what happens to the trash, you know, it's pretty interesting.
You know, we've talked about that for the last few years. I would be interested
would, yeah.
in doing that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
See their process. And then, Rick, you said that you're waiting to hear back on pricing from 2 other vendors?
Yeah, so when I first met with them, I didn't come up with option C. Option C I said, we were going over the budget, like, how can we reduce this budget this year?
Sure.
So I gotta go back to, you know, those couple of vendors and get there. I already met with them, told them what we want, just waiting for those prices.
But basically, it's pretty standardized. They can give you an option, all 3 vendors can give you an option of full automation, continuing full manual, and this hybrid option that you're talking. Okay.
So I think I would like to see a comparison of all 3 vendors
too.
for the same services. Yeah. I think that would be easier to sort of make a decision on.
And Rick, once again, these proposals are built upon picking up those 336 people that we shouldn't be picking up.
Yes.
So we should realize savings, you know, to that as well, that will be deducted from their contract price, correct?
Yeah, it'll be either, it was like $12,000 to not do the grandfather list difference, but that's not counting what you'd be saving in the tonnage.
In tonnage, right. Now, how much, so assuming, what I'm hearing from the board is folks are interested in no longer having the grandfather list or the dumpsters, how much we would need to notify those folks that they're going to have to
Yes.
figure out their own.
So again, the sooner we get this information, the sooner we can get out to them. And
Okay.
When do you realistically think you'll have those figures of the other 2 contractors?
I'm hoping by maybe middle of next week and the next week.
Okay.
But just so I'm clear, on the grandfathered list, you're not necessarily suggesting, well, there's 2 options. One is we stop collecting that. The other option is we continue to collect it, but you have to pay for it.
I would say we give them I would say it'll be tough for, you know, these people not to have trash collection. It would be
Yeah.
a lot cheaper to go through the town if they went privately and got it themselves.
You would
I
think.
think you give them $300 a year or something like that. I mean, again, I'm just throwing a number out there. That's
You give them like a pay-as-you-throw option or a fee, annual fee?
Before July 1st.
But that's not how Little Neck does it. They do a pay-as-you-throw.
Little Neck right now is pay-as-you-throw. You buy the bags and they put them out there.
But we could
So why
simplify
wouldn't you-
all that.
Why wouldn't you do that for the others on the grandfather list then, instead of making it more complicated, that for these folks we'll do this and for these folks we'll do that?
I didn't have control.
No, I'm talking about going forward.
It would be the same thing.
So it would be the same thing moving
Yeah,
forward.
Little Neck would be the same as you pay your container.
You
Oh,
pay
okay,
a
all
fixed
right,
annual
all right.
fee of some kind.
All right,
If you do overthrow bags, it's like $27,000 already encountered that in that price. And people can just do,
okay,
if you got more than that, you can have an overflow bag.
all right.
Gloucester does pay-as-you-throw in a container, like they're gonna make you put overthrow bags in one of those and then dump it. At $4 a bag.
So the trash company is willing to stop and pick up the bag, the overthrow bag.
They don't want to, but they'll give us a price. It was like, I think it's a $20,000 difference in the price.
So the plan would be to have the people that are on the grandfather list that should be paying and don't pay for a barrel, and then pay to have it dumped for the course of the year.
Or I could check with the contractor and not have them purchase a barrel and just go all pay-as-you-throw. I mean, for the grandfather list and the Little Neck. But I think once you go,
Seems like they'd rather automate it.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
I think that if we are going to eliminate the grandfather list, we should try to match it to as close as everyone else in town as possible.
Right.
I think the contractor would like that. It'd probably make your life easier with the amount of calls you'd receive, which would be that they get a barrel, but they would have to pay an annual fee to have that service. Is that correct? How does the fee get calculated? What are we using as metrics to calculate that fee?
As of right now, it costs $2 for a bag, right?
Right.
So if it is 52.14 weeks in a year, I would say times probably 2 bags per an average household. I couldn't do it, but I'll just say, so times that by 2, and that's, and times that by $200. I just screwed that up. 52 times 2. All of that is $208 a year.
So basically, $200 a year would have their trash picked up.
If you keep it, if you do it right now, at $2 a bag, doing 2 bags a week for 52 weeks is $208.
Okay.
So I think that $2 is, we should be raising that $2 price anyways to $3, $4.
But if my only concern is that we're going to have a significant amount of households in our community that have had a service included in their taxes, even if it wasn't supposed to be. They've had a service included in their taxes for the last couple of decades, and now all of a sudden they're going to have to start paying. I would like to have that transition be as painless as possible. And if Little Neck is already paying $2 a bag, and we bring on these 300 and some odd households at $2 a bag, I think the town financially is going to make out in the end. And then maybe in the future we can look at possibly raising that fee.
I mean, my quick math says you would, I just looked at just quick math. You can do the full math, but if you just took the fee we pay today, or the fee we would pay in the future, divide that by the number of households you serve, and figure out what the cost per household is, and then you then apply that to your grandfather list, you come out with a number that says you'd cover about 200,000 of the 300,000 in additional cost of the new contract. So you'd still be short. You'd still be paying a little bit more money for the new contract.
It'd be like $400 plus or minus per house.
That's right, exactly. So if you've got 330 plus 170, 500 households that should pay.
So if you raise it to $3, you're probably looking at
I mean, you could still could ease that additional cost in over time if it helped, but that would, then we'd have to come up with the difference in the funding.
And I would still look at raise, I mean, we haven't changed that $2 price tag in so long.
Well, but even if we went to $3, Little Neck is only going to experience $1 an increase. But the people who have been getting this service included is now going to have an even higher increase.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to reduce that delta, at least as we ease into this, if we are going to remove the grandfather list.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the I don't know, it's I can understand the argument, but it, you know, as Charlie was saying, this is I think from my experience, this is what happens. A new development is approved. The contract says you provide private trash disposal. A couple years in,
All's
5,
happened.
10 years in, the residents come back who've all, maybe the original residents all moved out, new ones bought houses. They come in and say, hey, I'm paying taxes. Why am I paying extra for trash?
That's the argument.
Yeah.
You also look at those developments that want in now, you find an option to get in now
Right,
at the
right.
price.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get us those other figures relative to that. And I mean, I like Kyle's way of figuring it, what it costs us now, and then divide it up between the number of places that we do. Now, not all, but some of the grandfather places are pretty big apartment complexes, are they not?
Well, it's mostly Connell Drive and Ipswich Woods. That to make
And
sure. I have
those
the
are-
list. I'll give you the list that we have right now.
What about some of the new places, like the new development on Washington Street?
It's just more than 4 or more units. It's in the trash policy, we don't pick it up.
Okay.
We do enforce that.
Trash policy, right? But I'll give you this list. I can email.
If we could have the list and the policy, that'd be great. And then I'd be interested in seeing the comparative figures of the 3 vendors as well, like Linda mentioned, that'd be great. I'll be honest with you, I think it's one of those things where if we're going to do full automation, we should probably just rip the Band-Aid off and go to full automation. The initial bite is going to be a little more because we're going to have to be paying for 2 sets of barrels, but our annual cost is only going to be about roughly $100,000 more than what we're already paying now.
Yep.
And if we already have $525,000 set aside in our free cash, something to think about.
The other, I'm sorry, go through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Being probably the only one here who's been through 2 trash fees or pay-as-you-throw in communities. I believe when I was in North Reading 20-some-odd years ago, it was, whoops, I moved the mic here, is probably what was a purest form of pay-as-you-throw, which I don't believe you see much anymore, where it was stickers put on bags and left at the side of the road. So they would not pick up the bag unless it had, may have been a $2 sticker, and you went to the local market and you bought your roll of stickers and stuck it on. They changed, I don't recall what year after I left, to a $300 a year trash fee, which is paid, I believe, quarterly through their water bill. Same billing and that. Stoneham, which I left and technically retired from, it was actually looking at increasing their trash fee last year until a smaller override passed. Their trash fee went into effect a number of years ago as a budgetary concern. So they put the trash fee in, and when I was there, it may have been about 200 or so, also paid quarterly. I know it's gone up to, I believe, about 250, 260 now. But they've gone it, and it's still part of the budgetary fee for revenue. So I think it's an important aspect is that if we're not looking at other ways to, and do revenue, I mean, if we did $200 a year, just generally across the board. Around numbers, it's about $1 million that goes into our revenue stream. That covers not the whole amount, but it covers a reasonable amount of the trash service. If you don't do a fee of any sort, annually, you're going to be reaching this problem every year, because if you are not getting other sources of revenue coming into this town, I mean, I don't see, I've been saying this since I've been here, but Natick Mall isn't being built on Route 1. I mean, your aspects of revenue coming into this community, though I love this community, I love the way it's designed and it's been built and so forth, but you don't have the revenue coming in, so that is a way to consider it. The other option, it's less of a permanent option, but versus the town buying the barrels, you could have the residents purchase the barrels. It's a one-time purchase. There's no recurring fee, and that would at least help some of the revenue offset for at least the first year. As I say, you're putting your finger in the dike, but it does help to a shorter. That's probably the least amount of revenue. Also, I think the chair and Mr. Doherty were asking about private hauling. What we had to do in those two communities, and it was generally through the Board of Health, because each town has differently who's in charge of public waste, solid waste. Here, it's Mr. Clark. In other communities, it would be Ms. Furman and the Health Department.
I support that, if you want.
I'm sorry? Coleen's not here, so I don't think you should say that.
But the minutes reflect.
But what, in the cases where it was under, and in Swampscott, honestly, it was kind of a joint it was more the Board of Health, but Mr. Crester worked with the Board of Health for that. Making a long story even longer, private haulers would have to register with the Board of Health. The owners of the home needed to prove that they had private disposal going forth. So that it's not like, okay, to my neighbor, I'll split the cost with you. I'll put my trash with yours. So everyone who opted out of the town had to show that they had a private source of trash removal.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be more feasible for people to just take advantage of the town service. And again, I'm not against eliminating the grandfather list. I just want to make sure that we are easing people into this new transition, especially the folks that have been experiencing this service included for the last couple of decades.
So if we are going to move forward with option A, I kind of figure out which option we want, the 64 or the 96.
I do think, well, let me ask you the question. I was going to say that I think I kind of agree with Michael that if we're going to go forward with automation, why not go all the way? I think you mentioned the only hesitation might be if we wanted to figure out what the right size recycle barrel is, but it also sounds like you think the bigger ones are going to be better, and we sort of agree. So if we know what we want for a recycle bin, is there any other reason we wouldn't move forward, other than cost, with full automation?
Just getting it, again, time is of the essence.
Rick, sorry.
Rick, can someone buy two 36 recycling barrels?
Well, that's the,
That's what you do in Hamilton, right?
no, I would, if someone's going to buy, you're trying to limit people to, to recycle. So that's why you kind of force the 35 trash.
Right.
So if you just, you give everybody 2 barrels, I think it defeats the purpose. If you make someone buy an extra 35 at a fee, then that would make sense.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that if we buy the smallest recycling barrels, and which you
okay.
feel are, obviously too small, and some families are going to need more space than that, wouldn't it be more beneficial to have them buy 2 barrels, or the town to buy, or they buy the extra barrel and they still, get it for $6?
So offer the 35 gallon for recycling.
Right.
And if somebody wants another one, they pay for it.
Right.
That's what you're saying?
But
I can check with DEP on that.
would the grant still carry, if somebody had two, will the grant still,
That
Pay
second
for-
one could conceivably cost only $6, right?
right?
Think about, that's a good question.
I think it should be looked into, but then we're also having people store 3 barrels instead of 2 at their house.
No, I realize that, but that's a choice that they make, you know? I mean, you know.
But again, we're trying to encourage recycling, so you'd think you'd want the bigger barrels,
Yeah.
not the smaller barrels, right?
I mean, if I had to make a decision right now, I would say trash 35, recycling 65 or 64? 64, 65. I think the 90 is a little, I think that's aggressive.
That's a little bit big. I agree with you on that, but, you know, I think the option of getting, you know, the second barrel at $6 might be attractive to some people.
Yeah.
I'd like to know, Rick, when you're doing, if we were to go with the larger recycling barrel and we chose to cut down recycling for every other week, what the cost saving is for that, for the town?
So
Is it?
the base price, I would divide that by 4 and take off a quarter. So it'd be, I would say a quarter of it, because you're doing half that service.
25% cheaper.
And people will have double the recycling.
Right.
Every 2 weeks.
Hopefully
Yeah.
just 1 barrel.
Yeah, just maybe a bigger
If we got the
barrel.
bigger barrel and you just did it every 2 weeks,
So what happens with like cardboard? People, you know, they tie up their cardboard, you know, if it's bigger pieces, or they wouldn't fit in those barrels.
You're supposed to break down the cardboards 2 by 2 anyways, that would fit in the 96 or the,
Okay.
or the 65.
So they wouldn't pick up, if you had cardboard on the side.
We're learning about Linda's recycling habits
Well,
here.
No, it's not,
I'm
it's not
coming over
mine.
to check your
It's not
subpar
mine,
recycling.
but you see it on the side of the road, right? They, you know. Okay.
You sure that's a plastic 7?
Learning a lot about each other tonight.
All right.
Just one other thing, is, you know, a number of years ago, the town passed an override to have trash picked up. And I don't know, you know, what the cost of, I don't remember what the cost of that override,
I think it was $1 million.
$600,000.
I thought it was $1 million.
Well, it
Wasn't
might
it?
have been $1 million. Could you just give us a comparison of what that million buys today? Obviously, it almost costs twice as much today as it did back then.
So it'd be $1 million, I'm sorry. So
It was, I don't remember exactly what the figure was, but Linda thinks it was approximately $1 million override that passed for the purpose of trash.
trash that went out.
Yeah. Nothing to do with recycling. Trash.
What would it buy us? I don't know.
Yeah.
I can get back to you on that one, I guess.
Just, you know, I mean, I think it's just a perfect example of how overrides and prices, you know, unfortunately don't always,
Do you know, how long ago was that, do you remember?
I think it was in the 90s.
I think it was before your time.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, no, it was a while ago.
So I would maybe Catherine could.
Yeah.
I mean, you take $200 for the next, 5 years, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'll look into that.
Okay.
But I'll look trash override.
I think it was an operating override.
It was an operational.
It wasn't
override.
just for trash, though, I don't think.
It was.
Primarily.
It was primarily for trash.
Primarily for
And
trash.
again, with operational overrides, they never go away. So then,
And they increase by 2.5% each
Exactly.
year.
When I first came here, like 2008, they were just ending a 10-year contract with Weston and Sampson.
okay.
So it's probably the late,
Yeah.
right before that, so probably 95, 96.
Speaking of contractors, real quick, do we know, now that the dust has settled with the whole Republic issue over the summertime, do we know whatever expenses above and beyond the town incurred during that time, like when we were having folks go down to the transfer station and we had to have you guys, as you know, crush all that? Has that all been rectified by Republic? Because
Yes, during that time, we made a sheet of all our guys' overtime, or, we gave it to them, they took it off the bill,
so that strike didn't cost us one dime.
which we made out in it, but.
Okay, that's good to hear.
And just maybe related to that,
We could get rid of recycling and do it at the transfer station. Like, people drop recycling at the transfer station, like it used to be. And then we could, figure that out.
You have to build a recycling facility out there.
Found the
We
answer.
have the container, like Rockport, Essex, they have a,
Oh, you mean
station like we do.
like we were doing for a while?
And you can, separate glass, paper, cardboard, and then you pretty much get rid of half that bill. You just did automation trash. So we could look into that.
We do a lot of traffic going out Town Farm Road.
Yeah, I think just
I don't think
the way we have it now is good, yeah.
Yeah.
There's too many households now that
I think that's going to backfire and people won't recycle as much.
Right. I think
And that's going to blow up our tonnage.
Especially
And
in the middle of
we've seen some incidences where dumpsters end up much more full than, because people will, just
If
find
you
their
did
way to a,
transfer station, you would have a dumpster compactor. It would be
Yeah.
one of those things that just, compacts it, they'll pick up once a week. But if you talk to people from Rockport or Essex, they love that Saturday morning going down the transfer station.
Yeah.
I don't see us going that route, but it could be an option.
Well, that's what I did when I was a kid. The town I grew up in, that's what they had. Still do. But I think it's probably hard to change habits. I was curious about maybe this is part of our due diligence. I was curious whether our current contract is sufficient to give us protections against a reoccurrence of what just happened. Our next contract, we have a strike.
Tom has to look at that, and we're putting language in there.
Okay, so we'll review that when we put the contract together. Good.
so I think I found the override answer.
Really?
It's longer ago than I thought. According to the state website, it was, the vote was for the fiscal year 1991. It was an override for Public Works and Facilities to fund refuse collection contract in the amount of $663,557.
Wow.
91.
That was a lot of money back then.
What would that be in today's dollars?
So, and if you want to know what the vote was, it says it was 2,423 to 1,052.
And it's saying, AI is saying $600,000 in 1991 is the equivalent of $1.4 million in today's dollars.
And this information, if anybody's interested, is on the Division of Local Services website at the Department of Revenue.
All right,
Okay.
so where do we go from here?
I'll get you some more prices, and I would maybe think about what we talked about with the grandfather list and what container size, and we can move forward.
What's the action on this? Is there an action by the select board or is it town manager? Do we have to approve the
I'm
contract?
sorry, I have one hearing aid working, so
Carl's asking, what's the action on this item? Is there
I would
action
say
by
for
the
this
select
would
board?
be a recommendation from the board as the chief elected officials of the town. What direction would you like to see us go through?
Okay.
And then the second question, though I have a pretty idea how the answer is going to be, is whether you would be interested in instituting a type of fee going forward.
So how about this? Can you get us all those figures that we asked you for tonight?
Yep.
And see if you can look into the longer contracts that you mentioned that are options. And then as soon as we have that information, whatever our next select board meeting is, we'll get you a recommendation on the option, the grandfather list, and go
I
from
don't-
there.
I think we need to understand the figures pretty clearly.
Yeah.
And, I think it's a sense of the board that we should just dive in with both feet and move on.
Yeah.
And delay it, and, do one year.
But I'd also like to hear the plan to notify the people on the grandfather list.
Yep.
So if we could get that list.
Okay. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along. The next item is the discussed design and potential safety improvements for Central and South Main Streets.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
for this meeting, I've just been informed by Chief Nickus that there was an incident, so he has to be at the station
Okay.
at this point, so he will not be able to be at the meeting. I will update you on it after the meeting.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
sir.
All right, quick clock again, how this works. Archibald from
I
DEC.
can update you because you're sitting next to me.
And can I give you a brief update of where we are with the,
Okay.
I can't say TIP project, so the south, Central and South Main Street improvements. But I need to find a clicker to try to get this working.
Just have to make sure the green light's on, and that's the microphone, Rick?
That's the remote.
Is that the remote? All right.
It's gonna. Yeah, it's. I might have to press it. I'll just click it.
Rick, I can run that if you want to.
Okay, sure.
I didn't think it'd say yes.
You want me to go do it? Oh, I can do it.
So thanks for letting us come in front of you this evening. So last fall, I think it was September, I was last here, and I had walked part of that presentation. I had walked through some of the intersection alternatives that we had looked at, or all the various intersection alternatives we had looked at Five Corners as part of the TIP project design development. And also as part of that presentation, kind of gave an initial outline of what we foresaw as some potential elements that can be incorporated into a potential future local scale municipal project if the board, which they ultimately did, elected to withdraw the TIP project. So since that time, we were tasked with developing a couple of concept plans to help understand, like, if it were a municipal scale project, what are some of the elements that we can incorporate that address as many of the core issues that we were trying to address with the TIP project, but at a smaller scale, and also being sensitive to the issues, the primary issues that we heard the board had and some residents had with some of the elements of the TIP project. So the first concept alternative that we looked at was what we kind of term a corridor refresh, and really minimal intersection improvements included as part of that corridor refresh. And the corridor refresh would reconstruct sidewalks and curb ramps, address sidewalks that are non-compliant, curb ramps that are non-compliant, those that are in really poor condition. Would look to close that sidewalk gap in the network on South Main Street, south of the Visitor Center. Improve crosswalk safety throughout the corridor with all the various crossings that we have, all the pedestrian activity, particularly in the warmer months. We would envision that this alternative is really sort of kind of the bare bones alternative in terms of stormwater. Look to make system adjustments, potentially replace those pipes that are antiquated corrugated metal pipe, those that reach the end of their service life, but otherwise look to retain as much of the stormwater system as we could, resurface the pavement throughout the corridor. This alternative would have no bike lanes and would result in a minimum loss of parking throughout the corridor. If you want to jump to the next slide.
Other way.
So starting at
Could you just move that microphone a little bit closer so
sure.
it's a little sensitive? Thank you.
So starting up at Mineral Street, this alternative would work generally within the existing curb line. So the goal here was to keep costs low by not having to reset curb corridor wide. Generally providing 11-foot travel lane widths, reconstructing the existing curb ramps and sidewalks, as I mentioned. At Mineral Street here, proposing a curb bump out similar to what we had in the prior design, and also shifting that crosswalk closer to Mineral Street, improve the crosswalk from Mineral. Also along this segment, east of Mineral, we could look to formalize on-street parking there where there's enough width to do so, but by striping the existing pavement to provide on-street parking spaces on the west side of the roadway there. As we look south, jumped ahead a little quickly there, but looking at the crosswalks at Hammett Street here, providing bump outs there to shorten that crosswalk distance. Able to preserve the parking space adjacent to the barber shop, as I know was mentioned as a goal as part of the prior design. If you want to jump back just one.
Go back.
One of the things we would do also is we're on town property, which I think is actually the prior slide, where there's opportunity to do so, there's utility poles that are obstructing the sidewalk there. We'd like to provide clearance around those if we can. One of the opportunities we can do so is on town property by bumping the sidewalk around those. This alternative overall, again, in an effort to reduce cost and complexity of the project, would seek to not have to relocate any utility poles. So working around them to the extent we can, providing the minimum accessible clearance past them. So as I mentioned, the crossing between Hammett Street and the church here, providing bump outs there. We'd like to provide high visibility crosswalks as well as, in addition to the bump outs that help shorten that distance, but the high visibility markings and signing. There is an opportunity to introduce rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which we discussed as part of the TIP project at certain locations. One key location, I think, would be at the Winthrop School crossing to replace the antiquated traffic signal system that's there. They could be considered for other locations. We wouldn't necessarily recommend a wholesale every crossing should have them. I think it would take a little bit of a deeper evaluation at each individual crossing. Typically those beacons tend to become less effective the more frequently drivers pass them and the more frequently they see them. So they're really intended to be used at the more critical, either high volume or more critical locations from a safety standpoint where either there's been a crash history potentially or other issues exist that you need a higher level of visibility. On a roadway like this, which is a 2-lane roadway, the posted speed less than 30 miles an hour and the average daily traffic less than 15,000 vehicles a day. The federal guide for safety at uncontrolled crossing locations wouldn't typically recommend rectangular rapid flashing beacons at every location. However, recognizing that this corridor has some higher volume crossings and seasonally the traffic is much higher in the warmer months, I think from an engineering judgment standpoint, we could make a recommendation on key locations to still install them here.
Those are pedestrian activated?
Excuse me?
Those are pedestrian activated, those devices?
Correct. Push button and then the rapid flashing yellow lights. Similar to the ones that are on by the high school, right?
Yep.
That were installed a couple of years
You're
ago.
not talking about this one, you're talking about one from the last slide, right?
Yeah, I was suggesting that they could be considered for additional locations other than just the one at Winthrop, but we wouldn't recommend them at all of them necessarily. For instance, I think we would recommend them at Market Street, where there's a higher volume crossing there. If we can jump to the next slide.
Hold on one second on that slide.
Yeah.
Is the bump out at the corner of Hammett and Central Street, is that wider than the one at Market Street and Central Street?
It is a little bit wider. However,
the
the one
bump
at
out's
Market
not
Street
as-
is designed to still accommodate the design vehicle that's turning right there.
Okay.
So it's cut back a little bit versus the one at Hammett.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
But in general, as I mentioned, alternative one would seek to retain the existing curb lines typically to reduce cost of resetting curb. So the width of the curb bump out may vary somewhat in different locations along the corridor because the existing pavement is wider in some areas.
So I could envision a truck coming out, I'm talking about like a commercial truck coming out of Hammett Street, taking a right on Central and probably crossing the yellow line because that bump out is wider.
A larger vehicle may do that.
Yeah.
correct, Yeah.
Which presents another safety problem.
Yeah, there is, true.
Okay.
But the large truck volume coming out of Hammett, we expect is relatively low, but it is occasional, and they do have to come to a stop so they can seek.
Yeah, during the
seek-
business day, there's quite a few that, yeah.
So if we jump to the next slide. So at Market Street, as I mentioned, we have the bump outs on the west side proposed. On the east side, similarly, we would recommend in this scenario bump outs as well there, and then to consider those rectangular rapid flashing beacons at each of those crossings. Otherwise, the improvements proposed at this intersection are very minimal, really only reconstructing portions of sidewalk and those curb ramps that are impacted directly by creating those bump outs. So no changes to the traffic flow on Market or North Main. So if we head east to the next slide.
Tom, next slide.
So you can see proposing at the visitor center, proposing a high visibility crosswalk there with curb ramps as well. Again, retaining the existing curb line, reconstructing sidewalks throughout this whole segment. Also a bump out on the south side of the road where there's enough room at the Riverwalk. There's not enough room on the north side there to create a bump out. And then if we jump south, one more slide.
Just ask you one quick question. Do bump outs have a traffic calming effect? The kind of more you put in a corridor, or?
They do, yeah. The more the roadway edge to edge is physically narrowed and visually narrowed, either with striping or curbing, it does tend to slow down traffic. Intermittently, it has less of an effect in that regard, but for instance, if the entire curb to curb width were narrower, it would slow down traffic much more than just an intermittent bump out.
Yeah, okay.
And it's a shorter crossing for the.
Yeah, one of the more significant benefits of them in an area particularly that has on-street parking is it gets the pedestrian out beyond those parked cars so that they're more visible as they're looking to cross, and vehicles approaching tend to yield at a higher rate.
Rick, how do all those bump outs affect snow plowing operations?
It does, but I think it's worth it if you can get the pedestrian, safer. It's just, and that's an area that we do downtown cleanup where we do, we just plow the roads, and the next, like we just did, we come back and do it, at nighttime and, scoop up and we haul the snow.
So I'm thinking when you're plowing the road, if it's covered like we have, a couple of feet of snow on the ground right now, can the plow drivers know where the bump outs are? Are we going to risk damaging?
Bump outs, you're going to have some type of bollards.
Okay, all right.
And if we jump to the next slide. So through this segment, we've proposed a slight adjustment for a short segment of curb on the west side of the roadway there where the roadway width bows out around the outside of that curve. So proposing to shift the curb line for 150 feet or so inward to make a uniform roadway width and slow cars down as they're heading south around that curve approaching County Street. And then similar to the prior project design, upgrading the crossing at the Ipswich Museum there with high visibility markings. Again, not really width there today to create any bump outs, so really just a high visibility crossing. And again, it's a location that could be considered for a rectangular rapid flashing beacon installation as well.
Quick question. So on that photo, under where it says south, is that that little bump out there? Is that what you're talking about? Where that last parking space is, and then it angles out and it's very wide there for a very short period of time?
Where the sidewalk is wider?
Where it says south.
Yeah, see, right under where it says south.
This isn't going to work right at all.
You see the road?
Right where it says south is, so there's the end of the parking aisle where the sidewalk jumps in width.
Exactly.
But then just beyond that to the left, there's a sidewalk bump around a utility pole. Is that
Right,
which
so
spot are you referring to?
I'm referring to the one that's going into the street. Could we get one more parking space there if that bump out was eliminated?
No, not a standard width parking space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because of
That's how
how
they'll
quickly
limit.
it shrinks.
Yeah, it would either have to compromise the sidewalk width or the parking space width to squeeze one more in there.
Gotcha.
And actually, while we're on the subject, so as far as parking space size, I know there was some discussion with the prior project design as to what size spaces we should use, recognizing that a lot of the spaces, or the majority of spaces today, are what we would consider substandard, around 18, 19 feet, some of them, or most of them. So what we've proposed here, rather than what we consider the full standard of 22 feet, we're proposing 20 in order to not, again, one of the serious goals we heard with the TIP project, or after the TIP project feedback, was that really did not want to impact parking capacity in the
Right.
corridor, and that was one of our goals as we developed these alternatives.
Okay. So how many parking spaces throughout the entire corridor, and maybe we can get to this towards the end if you'd like, would be eliminated with the additional foot of each parking space plus the proposed amount of bump outs that we see?
2, right?
Yeah, this alternative was a net loss of 2 within the project limits. And then if we want to jump to the next slide. So at County Street, so this intersection, the improvement that we're recommending here, again, generally maintains the existing configuration and traffic operations at the intersection, but we still think at a relatively minimal cost, there's an opportunity here to reset the curb on the corner between South Village Green and South Main Street to reduce that wide expanse of pavement as you come around the corner to slow down traffic. And also on the island at heading up to County and Poplar to introduce some striping there to visually narrow the travel lane width on that side of the roadway. So as you come around that corner, again, the goal trying to slow traffic around as they come north toward the intersection of County and head south toward the intersection of Argilla. And if we jump to the next slide, this will be alternative 2, or concept 2. And this one is more of a corridor rehab, incorporating some intersection improvements, but with substantially reduced impacts versus, particularly at Five Corners, versus what we saw as part of the prior design, as part of the TIP project. So we'd still reconstruct sidewalks and curb ramps, still close that sidewalk gap south of the visitor center, improve crosswalk safety similarly along the corridor. The stormwater system upgrades as part of this alternative, considered a little more robust, similar to the more comprehensive upgrades that we were proposing as part of the TIP project. Reconstructing the pavement here, potentially doing a little more reclaim and a little more full depth pavement rather than just a mill and overlay. So try to address some of those, the worst pavement conditions that we saw and do more of a longer term improvement instead of just a simple resurfacing. And then we'd look to reconfigure Five Corners intersection to some level, but again, no impact to the memory tree or monument, and I'll explain as we get to that slide how that would be accomplished. And then this alternative does depict the reconfiguration of the South Main and County Street intersection, similar to what we saw at the TIP project, but it's a slightly smaller footprint. This alternative also has no bike lanes and results in no net loss of parking within the entire project limits. So if you want to jump ahead. So this segment, very similar to alternative 1. Again, the bump out at Mineral Street, looking to potentially stripe formalized parking spaces on the west side of the roadway there. If we want to jump to the next one. This segment, again, very similar to alternative 1, but one thing we've depicted here is the potential to amend the parking regulations to provide the parking spaces on that bump out or that cutout for on-street parking along the Winthrop School frontage, and that's similar to what we had proposed in conjunction with the prior design. So that just provides a little extra parking capacity within the project limits. And as part of this alternative, different than alternative 1, we're proposing to take up some of that excess pavement along Manning Street and the fire station by pushing the southwesterly curb line in, widening that sidewalk along those businesses. And that, again, physically narrows the pavement through this area, hopefully slowing down with the goal to slow down traffic through this area, as well as provide a more generous sidewalk area.
So on the maps, when you write R&R, existing curb, what does the R&R stand for?
Remove and reset.
Okay.
So, yeah, again, trying to be
I guess.
economical, reusing the same curb that's there typically,
Okay,
unless it's
remove and
damaged.
reset.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then again, similar to alternative 1, except again, we're proposing to shift the curb on the south side of the roadway here along those store frontages, increase the sidewalk width there, recognizing that there's a relatively high volume certain times of the year of pedestrian traffic along there, and we have the width overall on the roadway to do so there. This alternative also would contemplate relocating utility poles where they obstruct sidewalks to provide full ADA compliance as opposed to just minimum clearance past utility poles in certain locations. So that adds an extra cost to the project to do that.
How many poles would be involved, any idea?
For this alternative, I believe there's 7.
And they would be reset closer to the roadway or closer to the buildings?
It varies upon location. In cases where the buildings are right up against the back of sidewalk, you're correct, it would be closer to the roadway, up against the curb. But the majority of the poles are on the opposite side of the roadway, and some of those could be relocated to the back of sidewalk in some cases to get them completely out of the sidewalk.
So just to be clear, so concept alternative 1 is not ADA compliant, but alternatives 2 and 3?
It meets minimum ADA compliance. There are a couple of locations where it will not meet PROAG, which is a new guideline that has not yet become regulation. So that at certain utility poles, a minimum of 3 feet of clearance is the minimum to meet ADA. PROAG has increased that to 4 feet. But again, it's been adopted but not regulated.
And moving the poles will meet that new standard?
Correct.
Could you just define high visibility crosswalks? Because I see a lot of crosswalks with the white striping, but then when you get to the town center, you see the brick. Are those considered high visibility crosswalks?
They can be. If they're contrasting color versus the pavement, typically is considered a high visibility.
Okay.
The ladder style, or continental style as we show here, is typically considered the highest visibility option.
Those are the white ones,
Yeah,
right?
those ladder rungs.
So if that's the best option and the safest option, I guess, should we be considering putting those where the brick ones are?
Yeah, I think that's, a decision the town would have to make in terms of aesthetics and historic character versus 100% high visibility option. Yeah.
Do you have, maybe I missed it, do you had the left turn only in the alternative 1, left up the hill?
Nope, there's not enough width to do it and retain curb lines as we had
That's
shown
new in
previously.
alternative 2.
Yep.
Okay. There's a left turn up.
Yes, if you want to jump to the next slide.
You'll see it in the next slide, too.
Okay, you're one slide ahead.
So the elimination of the bike lanes, both on North Main and on Central and South Main, affords the opportunity at...
It's a bad time to cut out.
No signal.
That's odd.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, it popped out.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks. Oh, sorry.
Back up. There we go. One more. Nope.
Going back more.
Was around number 11 or 12?
Should be 14.
You struggle with these things. Just while they're looking, have you looked at alternative like lights in the crosswalk themselves that are embedded in the crosswalk?
Yeah, I mean, we want to ensure typically that the crosswalk is well lit, either from an existing utility pole nearby or potentially supplemental lighting is an option. Obviously, it could be, if there's no lighting infrastructure out there now, it could be an expensive option to do dedicated lighting for crosswalks. There are installations that have a street light integrated with the rectangular rapid flashing installation, so it's less infrastructure there, but integrally lights the crossing location. That's a relatively new option that a lot of communities like because of the streamlined look of the equipment. So as I was saying, the elimination of the bike lanes along both the main line, Central and South Main Street, as well as North Main Street, affords us the opportunity, essentially on the North Main side, adjacent to the green, we can hold the existing curb line there so that the memory tree is not impacted, the memorial that's there is not impacted as well. But we would still recommend under this alternative to consolidate the movements of North Main Street directly opposite Market Street, and similarly consolidate the movements on Market Street directly across from North Main to create that four-legged intersection. That in conjunction with the short left turn pockets on Central and South Main, it eliminates that safety hazard of the overlapping left turns. Would propose to eliminate the northbound leg across the green, which again allows the opportunity to expand the green for more of a public placemaking opportunity. We would recommend reversing the direction of the southerly leg of North Main, which I think we previously referred to as like North Main Auxiliary. So reverse the direction of that to eliminate the conflict point at South Main. And again, there's an opportunity on that leg of North Main to introduce some additional on-street parking capacity. So again, those are some of what we see as the benefits there. It doesn't fully realize all of the safety and operational improvements that we'd previously proposed, but it has quite a bit of safety improvements with eliminating or reducing the number of conflict points for turning vehicles, reducing the number of conflict points for pedestrian crossings as well.
Do you have beacon lights in this one?
They could be considered as well, similar to alternative one.
Is there any improvement in the sight line, or no, because we haven't moved the memory tree or the monument?
Southbound on North Main, there's really no change to sight distance. There would be an improved sight distance for vehicles turning right from Market Street, I believe. A slight improvement there, but very minimal change to sight distance.
Is the area that's shown on the sort of land that's picked up on the corner of South Main and Market near the...
Yep.
Is that in the public right-of-way?
It is, that light gray area that's
Light
shown?
gray
Yeah.
area, yeah.
So, yes, consolidating the movements on Market Street and eliminating that splitter island there gives us the opportunity to significantly expand that public open space there, which is within the public right-of-way. Okay. What we've proposed here is a loading zone, which you can see hatched out on the Market Street approach. And that would serve the Choate Pub as well as other businesses along there. But in order to offset the loss of parking from that, the creation of this large open space and altering the curb around that corner gives us the opportunity to add a couple of additional spaces on South Main in front of the pub. So those two spaces would offset those lost from the loading zone on Market Street.
They just move up onto South Main. from
Correct.
Market. I see.
Correct.
So that's why there's no delta, there's no loss of parking spots in this version.
Yeah, it's also because we have the ability to add the extra spaces on the North Main Street leg. There are spots here and there where we lose a spot, but it's made up elsewhere.
Elsewhere,
Yeah.
okay.
And those spots that we're losing are typically, as I think I've mentioned before, those are too close to a crosswalk for sight distance purposes in accordance with federal guidelines. So we'd look to eliminate those and try to replace them elsewhere.
Could you just explain, we're coming up, heading north on 1A into Market Square, and we want to make a left onto Market Street. What is the movement? Is that changed at all?
This geometry is slightly different, but the left turn pocket still exists today. It's just a very short pocket today, and we're able to expand it a little bit here. So it'll store probably 2 to 3 vehicles.
The yellow hash part where people are going to continue and then slowly turn left and wait to turn.
Correct. It's a queue lane essentially that'll store 2 to 3 vehicles.
And how many cars? I think it's 2 or 3. Two or three vehicles.
Yeah,
can store it.
Yeah.
And now, there, under this, there would be a left turn lane heading south,
Correct.
which is not there now.
Correct. And that, has some nominal safety and operational benefits by getting those turning vehicles out of the flow of through traffic, so they don't hold up through traffic. If there's a large volume of left turning traffic at any particular point, they still would queue into the through lane, but for the occasional turning vehicle, it does help improve operations a little bit. So as part of this alternative, we would also recommend, given that the sidewalk heading north on the east side of the roadway there, as it crosses the Choate Bridge, drops, the sidewalk basically ends, and there's only a safety walk across the bridge. We still do recommend introducing a crosswalk there so that pedestrians don't get stranded, particularly those that aren't able-bodied and can't easily cross the roadway there without a accessible crossing.
And that could be a green area, right? In front of the pub.
Yep. Yeah. Right now it's colored as if it's sidewalk, but in reality it's a blank canvas that could be some landscaping, some streetscape, some hardscape, whatever the town envisions for that space. I mean, it could be, who knows? Could be leased to a restaurant for outdoor space, outdoor dining or something. This view just shows the entirety up the hill to the limit of work, just to illustrate that the extent of where we're able to add some additional parking spaces up to the top of the hill.
So that would be the only alternative to go up North Main Street would be in front of the Christian Science Church. The other one would be eliminated.
To go up the hill, you could take either leg in this case.
You can only come down one.
To come down the hill, it's just the leg opposite Market Street.
They're reversing that one-way, Charlie.
Oh, okay.
Street.
Oh, I see. Okay. I missed that too.
So by reversing that one way, you get one less intersection,
You
distraction.
can't take a left. Coming on to. You're eliminating that,
It's
right,
a
that
flow
left, which
better
is straight.
coming from
Got it.
Hamilton and Essex.
So this is, again, similar to alternative one, except we're taking an opportunity here to expand the sidewalk along the businesses on the south side, or the west side, I should say, along the river, and to reset curb a little bit there. This also gives us an opportunity to provide a uniform shoulder width throughout the roadway, as opposed to a varying shoulder width, which is what alternative one would have in some areas, and the existing condition. Providing curb bump outs along the west side of the roadway at those two crossings again as well, similar to alternative one. This view, again, similar to alternative one, still bumping out the curb on the outside of the curve. That provides, again, an opportunity for some landscape there. It's colored here. It was not colored in alternative one, but it's similarly reset curb. And then heading up to the intersection of County Street, as I mentioned, still recommending under this alternative a reconfiguration very similar to what we showed in the prior design, but the key difference here is that we're not providing bike lanes on either County Street approach or County Road or South Main. So a little bit smaller footprint for the overall intersection, but in our opinion still has the safety benefits of, safety and operational benefits of bringing that County Street southbound move up to a T, making more defined locations and less conflict points for pedestrians crossing each roadway, reducing the overall pavement width, which should slow vehicles, again, coming around the curve in both directions here. So alternative 2A, as we had initially called it here, extends the project further south. From what we heard during the discourse on the TIP project, there was a desire to try to make some improvements at Argilla Road. So this alternative would add a left turn pocket to Argilla Road, would also introduce a new crosswalk with a rectangular rapid flashing beacon at Ward Street, where the sidewalk on one side of the roadway dead ends today. This, although it's called alternative 2A, it could be paired with either alternative 1 or 2. However, it would require review and permitting through MassDOT, as County Street is within MassDOT State Highway layout. So as you can see here, it shows extending south and providing roughly a 50 to 60-foot left turn pocket to Argilla Road. The widening happens toward South Village Green, but it's within the state highway layout there. However, we do anticipate, we don't have survey extending well beyond our current project limit, so this is just based on an aerial. But based on a site review here, we believe that it will impact a couple of mature trees and utility poles along the green there, but should not require land taking. And then heading south to the intersection of Ward Street, as I mentioned, proposing a high visibility crossing here, recognizing that the sidewalk basically switches sides from the east side of County Road to the west side of County Road, continuing south. So it provides some opportunity for pedestrians to cross safely here from the Ward Street sidewalk and then continue south on County Road. So obviously the text here too small to read. I'll give some highlights. So really just providing, if you have a copy of this in your packet, you could look at the highlights at some later time, but it just gives an overview of the key features of each alternative, some of the pros and cons as we see them, and then summarizes, again, the net loss of parking spaces. Alternative 1 was a net loss of 2 spaces. Alternative 2, no change to parking capacity. Alternative 2A, again, no impacts to parking there. Summarizes the number of trees that are impacted with the number of mature trees that we see would be impacted with each alternative. Be 1 tree under alternative 1, 3 under alternative 2, and then 4 additional as part of alternative 2A.
Just to be clear, impact means what? Removal, replacement?
Trees, correct.
Removal?
Yeah.
Okay.
For a utility pole, it means relocating. Yep.
Can you give us a sense, similarly to the prior project, about the safety grades of each of these alternatives? Is that,
The safety grade, so you're saying, well,
Like
I
last
think
time.
you're referring to like the level of service as we use the term. Yeah, we haven't
okay.
gone through that analysis in terms of traffic operations and what the change would be.
Right, those grades are for operational,
Correct,
not for safety.
correct. And
Oh,
they,
I'm sorry, operational grades,
yeah,
thank
so
you.
those operational grades generally are tied to average vehicular delay, and we wouldn't anticipate that would change very much with each of those alternatives. It would
Any
be
of them.
similar to, correct.
Even with adding those pockets,
Probably a minimal improvement. From a safety standpoint, we could look at it more qualitatively as opposed to quantitatively, and I would say it's a pretty substantial, but not all the way there as it would be with a traffic signal installation, for example. So looking at just estimated costs, high-level costs, we took a look at each alternative. Again, not having developed these designs beyond a concept stage, just high-level costs at this point with a pretty healthy contingency built in. Alternative 1, estimating in the range of 2.7 to 3.7 million. Alternative 2 in the range of 5 to 6.5 million. And then alternative 2A in the range of 370 to 500,000. And the difference in that range is really pretty conservative contingency at this stage, recognizing that we don't know exactly what the scope of each of these projects is going to be. It incorporates a 25% design period contingency and then a 10% construction period contingency. So meaning, as the design's developed, the town may elect to add certain elements to it that could raise the price by up to 25,000 or 25%, excuse me. And then during construction, unforeseen conditions could result potentially in up to 10% increase in construction costs, which is kind of a typical contingency for construction that's considered as part of these projects when budgeting. So that's kind of the high-level view of comparing each alternative. The reality is, I mean, each alternative may have merits as each of you see them, or may have deficiencies. There are elements of each that it doesn't necessarily have to be. Alternative 1 is all of these elements or none of them. Alternative 2 is all of these or none of them. Certain elements of 2 could be brought into alternative 1, for example. It's kind of an a la carte menu of options in terms of each intersection, for example, or the crossing locations, or resetting curb in certain areas to increase sidewalk width. But this kind of gives you an idea of the range and scale of what we would foresee as a potential local scale project within this corridor.
So it's option 1, option 2, and then option 2A could theoretically be added to either option 1 or option 2.
Right.
But he's even saying, Carl, that options 1 and 2 can be tweaked.
Yeah.
You might not like Market Street intersection, but you might like South Main.
Right.
So you can kind
Or
of,
vice versa.
Yeah,
or-
got
You
it.
may not want the crossing at Ward Street, but you'd like
Right.
the left turn at Argilla.
Right. And so I really appreciate you making that comment, because that was one of my questions, was I think this is really good to give us a full view of what that corridor could look like, to really make some of the safety improvements that we were hoping to accomplish when we decided not to move forward with the TIP project. My question is now that this is going to be fully borne on Ipswich taxpayers, and we're going to be in full control of the project, is it one of those things where it has to be done all at once or not? Could this be piecemealed? And the reason why I ask is because I'm trying to be a realist when it comes to voter approvability. And as long as that bridge is out of commission, no one's going to approve a bond for $6.5 million, right? Especially if that's close to what the cost would be to fix the bridge. But if we can incorporate some of these safety features at a lower cost sooner rather than later, it might not be a all-in-one fell swoop approach, but we could start to piecemeal some of these improvements over time. That's a possibility too.
Absolutely. Certain elements, I mean, obviously we want to pick logical segments of work, like for instance, this entire intersection, or this
Right.
entire intersection, or this segment of roadway north of Market Street, for example, or all of the crossing upgrades all at once or something.
Right, okay.
I would say you get 100% design done, and then you can pick and choose, maybe like some of the choke bridge back or the choke either way, or, but I would get the design, what you guys want.
And I mean, I might just, Michael, put just maybe it's my opinion, but maybe a little different spin on the bridge versus Central Street reconstruction project, because I think the decision is, does the town want to wait for near to full funding for the County Street Bridge replacement? If we wait long enough, presumably, eventually, we'll get funded for that project. And it won't fall on the backs of the local taxpayers, which would give us more ability to make improvements in Central Street.
Yeah. I think, so I brought that up, and I think I said the opportunity cost is time versus funding. We can either get the bridge done a lot sooner, but we're paying for the entire cost, or we wait on the repair of the bridge with the possibility of having it funded by the state. I think we as a board at some point should figure out what the town's palatability is for that, because that would decide on what other projects we're able to move forward with.
And I guess, I mean, it's a little off topic, but I guess, and we should talk about it more, but I guess my sort of general frame on all this is, we already have a list of projects, if we change nothing, that most people agree we can't afford. How can we possibly add to the cost of that list?
Right. Yep.
I mean, ultimately, that's a decision for the taxpayers, and they decide they want to do it. Okay, they can, but I think we should do everything we can to try to make that list of projects more expensive.
Yeah.
So, the one, I think there are some really interesting elements of this. Maybe one question on funding is, are there any opportunities for outside funding for either alternative?
There are grant programs out there that could, I think, cover elements and certain segments of the project. Most grant programs would not cover the cost of the entire, either alternative really, at that scale.
Any sense, if we did really well with grants, what % of a project might get covered?
MassDOT's Grant Central program, which just expanded its maximum awards for construction, I think are $1 million per project is the max at this.
Would that be Mass DOT specs?
There's an expectation that you're essentially designing to MassDOT standards, yes, but not required to incorporate full bike accommodations necessarily with every project. I think, some of the programs that are under that umbrella are the Complete Streets program, which I believe the town's gotten grants for in the past. as well as shared streets and spaces. I think applications are looked at more favorably if they improve infrastructure for all modes of travel. So if a project did have bike lanes, it would be looked at more favorably. But that being said, I've seen many projects that don't have bike lanes that do accommodate or improve accommodations for pedestrians and vehicles and transit in some cases, and don't touch every mode, still get grants. I mean, there were grants under the One Stop for Growth umbrella, Community One Stop for Growth. Those are typically more often tied to like the Mass Work Grant Program. I don't know if you're all familiar with that, or Housing Works, or MBTA Catalyst. Those are typically tied more toward adjacent development or either mixed-use development, residential development that may be happening. So, I mean, if a development comes online in the vicinity, the town could potentially partner with them on an application to seek funding under one of those grant programs in the future.
Yeah, we have used One Stop for 3A. 3A was funded by One Stop, the planning component. So we have
I mean, it does seem like, the funding issue aside, which is significant, it does seem like that alternative 2, we lost our screen again, alternative 2 is, offers some, it seems like some significant improvements at
Don't sit back.
Five Corners.
Yes, I think, in my opinion, yes, definitely safety improvements. I mean, as I mentioned, the operational improvements aren't quite there. You'll still have side street delay similar to what you do now.
Right.
But yeah, safety benefits and benefits for pedestrians.
The biggest challenge you have on that one is you still, there's nothing you can do about the sight line coming north up, right, coming up to the intersection on Market.
Yeah, it's obstructed by buildings.
And your stopping distance is well before the intersection. The only way you're going to see in the intersection is you got to pull out, as you do now, into the intersection. But short of a light, there's not much you can do about that, I suppose.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, where do we go from here?
So I envision it like this. I think the select board should have some discussions on which alternative they like, one or two.
Or mixed?
Or mixed. And then, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to even having a hands-on exercise where maybe on a meeting, sometime we get some large paper with printout of the entire corridor and kind of go through and talk about the different features that we like about the options that were provided between the two alternatives, and then kind of come to a consensus and then have the discussion. Does it make sense to do it all at once and bond for it and go through a full project of the corridor, or segment it off and move down the corridor over a certain period of time at a smaller cost?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the moment, you presented us with a lot of options here, and I think that's great. I think we really have to take some time and, consider those, work through them. My thing is that, we obviously want to, the overall goal is to improve the safety corridor. So, those things would be, extremely important to me. So I think once again, it's a good start. I would really love a hard copy, of that, rather than, flicking through, screenshots.
You want something bigger than this?
No, that's perfectly fine.
I think that would be easier to look at. It was kind of challenging to look at it on the,
Whoever wants this one, but I'll make copies.
yeah, that'd be great.
That'd
Yeah.
be good, and have those, and then have a discussion. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to having another charrette early on in the process. I think that, was a very helpful to get, community input as to, what they'd like to see in historical character and, what they can tolerate and what they can't. And I think it also generates interest, relative to funding. So, that could be a beneficial thing. So I don't think it's something that we can solve tomorrow, but I think we're fools if we don't continue to work on it.
I agree. Absolutely.
And I'd also like to have more information on the various grant opportunities that might flow into this.
Brian, this is not a public hearing, so, but I will let you speak because I know you represent a committee.
Thank you.
Okay? And if you
I'll
could
be
just
very
make
brief.
it, you know, concise and to the point.
Yes,
that'd be great.
Brian Hone, 29 Upper River Road, Chair of the Ped Cycle Committee. Thank you, Rick. Thank you for working hard on this. We would be happy, we will review these plans and get a report to you with recommendations. I think there's a lot of safety improvements in these plans, and we can do. We also stand ready, if you need legs, to work on things like grants. You have a board that's willing to do legwork for you. One of the grant sources you didn't mention that we might consider is Safe Routes to School. Since we do have several schools on this corridor, that would be one we could look at as well. So we'll be meeting this week. We'll get a review out. We'll get a report to you, which we can deliver in writing or in person, whatever works for you best.
Do you want this PDF? I'll send it to you.
I would love it.
Or you want this copy? What's better?
PDF would be great.
Okay. I'll send it over.
Right, I think it would be good too if, you know, we met sort of as a by board, you know,
Yep.
we start to reach conclusions.
I think that'd be great.
I think that's more helpful than just a written report, you know.
Yep.
Sort of interaction would be good.
Two quick points on how we might proceed. Number one, during the last review, I spoke to some folks at Mass DOT directly, and one of the things they said is, you know, if you have a downtown plan, we'll work with you. Like, you know, I was making the point that even as the Ped Cycle Committee, we thought that we should route bikes a different way. We've had a plan out there for a while, but we don't have a comprehensive downtown plan. In other communities, when DOT comes in to do a project, they have that plan, and DOT will, you know, I saw us being more reactive. It would be great if under planning, the planning department, for instance, we could get out there and work on a sort of a comprehensive, so we can have the arguments and disagreements on our own time and on our own schedule and come up with a consensus that we all hate. That's point one. Point two, I've completely forgotten, so I'll be concise. Anyway, we'll review it and we'll get, very briefly. One, you mentioned having a design shred. One of the things that other communities do is they do what are called walking audits.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You know, you get players from all the boards, keyboards, and out, and you actually walk the crosswalks, and this is how the kids walk to school. And maybe when the weather gets a little better, we could, you know, we'd be happy to organize that. You can do it through DOT. You can do it through, there's a couple agencies that'll do it.
Walk shop.
Walk Shop, Mass Bike does it. I don't know if MAPC does, but it's no cost to the town. If members of the select board would be willing to attend, we could put that together.
Great.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
I did meet with the planning department not too long ago, and they're supposed to start, you know, that process, Carl, that you and I are gonna, you know, spearhead relative
planning.
to, yeah, downtown planning.
Great.
So that's ongoing, but it, you know, it'll be great. So we'll certainly keep you in the loop on that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Thanks, Rick.
Okay, moving right along. The next item on our agenda is approval of minutes.
Mr. Chairman, if you would entertain, I will present a motion where we bundle these 5 sets of minutes for approval. And the motion would be, I move that the Ipswich Select Board approve the meeting minutes as presented in the packet for December 1st, December 15th, January 7th, January 8th, and January 12th as presented.
Second.
Great. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay, next item is the town manager's report.
Town manager's report.
Oh, I'm sorry, you got through that too fast, I was putting it together. Okay,
We're steaming right along.
okay, thank you, sir. Get to the mic. Short report this week because it's been literally working the budget matters for the past few days. but a few of these. One, and this does go into the, Public Works and the trash. Mass DEP is offering grants, and applications are going to open on April 1st for various things regarding recycling equipment. I guess I won't talk about pay-as-you-throw at this point. Recycling dividends program, regional small-scale initiatives, waste reduction, and I forwarded off to our Public Works for them to apply. We always like to be putting grant money in there, trying to receive some. Our new IT director, who I'll be hopefully getting to our next meeting, has already in his first weeks applied to the community compact grants regarding some IT work for town hall. So that's great, a great start by CJ. Another one which I was surprised that we qualified for. They're opening up a meeting this week, basically Zoom meeting, on small town and rural town grant subregion programs. Didn't thought we had qualified as small town, because usually in town managers' minds, small towns are 5,000 in population or less. But how they qualify it now is population by square mileage.
So big.
So even though we're about 13,000, maybe closer to 14,000, because of our size, we're, we match up now with West Brookfield, Dunstable, Mount Washington, all these wonderful little towns from western Massachusetts. We're part of that now. So we're actually can apply for various grants because of our population per square mile. So being a large town as far as square mileage goes is a benefit in this type of program. So I'm going to probably have Alan looking into that because I probably won't be available that day. But we are now designated as that. And it's through the MAPC, so I've asked Alan to participate in that process. And next, this is just minimal, but this is what happens during snowstorms. One thing that we discovered in facilities department is going to be working on it with maybe a small construction problem. We have a leak issue at our diesel pumps, not of fuel, of dripping onto the pump. So we may have to build some type of coverage so it won't damage the pumps or do further damage, but didn't know that was an issue until last week. So that's part of that, and it's also important when you hear about what bond ratings look at. They'll look at you putting your money into free cash or the OPEB. But one thing that we really don't talk about, and we really need to look at this ongoing after I'm gone from here, not gone from the world, but after we're gone from here, is long-term maintenance. Bond reviewers review that. It's great that they look and they see your OPEB is here, your free cash, your stabilization fund, but then they look at that and they say, if the rest of the town's crumbling, what is all the savings?
Tom, do you think that, because it's, I don't know because I haven't seen it, but it sounds simple enough. We just got to build something that covers it, right?
Sorry?
We have to build something that covers the fuel tank? Is that basically the objective?
Yeah.
Is this something that maybe we could see if the students at Whittier would be interested in taking on as a project that can go towards their educational purposes?
Yeah, I've used, well, in my cases, it was either Northeast Met or Middlesex. But yeah, I've used them for projects, something even minimal as building meeting room tables and things like that. but they've gone well beyond that in the past 20 years.
Sure.
They've gone to much more complex projects. And so, sure, but that's one thing that's really important that I want to leave with the board, is how this board, school committee, your strategic planning committee, your finance committee, how you look at long-term, long-range projects in your community.
Sure.
Because I've been through that with bonding in this one town that literally let the buildings, you're not at this stage, but literally let the buildings fall apart. And that did not reflect well on the bond rating, because you're not taking care of your main buildings. You have the money put aside, but you're not doing anything with it. And it's going to cost you more in the long run. It's just a thought, just.
I think it's a good one. I think we have a track record of overusing it.
Yeah.
Right. And the last thing, and this is what I'd like to say was good news, and I thank the chair for attending, and I know the other board members would have attended if they could have made it, but the employee appreciation function last Thursday, it was phenomenal. I've never had that before, and I do want to thank Mary and the team for putting that together. There were so many individuals, I don't remember the numbers, who were getting employment pins from in 5-year intervals, from 5, maybe up to, Mr. Chair, it was up to
30.
30 years,
It's 30?
or even longer than that.
Sheila have 30 years? Yeah.
And that was a great thing. And what was really, I found impressive, was you had the multiple tables set up there, but you didn't have, let's say everybody from accounting in one table, everyone from planning in the other. They were mixed. And it was great seeing them sitting together and talking. And I wasn't sitting at every table for maybe longer than a few minutes, but the conversations for the most part were not about work. And that's what I thought was really great. Even some tried some pinball too. That was back in my years. But that, and I specifically want to thank, and I believe the local news will be doing an article on it, on the children's library, because they received the overall, I call it the most valuable player, the MVP award. And the children's library is so important to the growth of children. I mean, mind you, I still throw a book in my briefcase, but thanks to you, I don't think I've read a book at lunchtime for,
A long time.
yeah, for
Book on tape on the way
for
home.
months.
Book on tape.
But that's where it's very important, because that's where the youth learn. They don't, you say you learn it from this or that. I remember growing up and having my mom taking me to the children's library and reading them. And that's when towns had 3 libraries. Now they basically have 1. But taking me there, and that's where I learned. And that's where Joan and I took our kids and go there. And they still do that. They still sit on the floor. They still ask for assistance. They still check out books. That's where they start. And they're so valuable for us. And that's a great team there. And they really deserved it.
It's well done. And I'd just like to add, it was an honor to go, and I don't think that we do enough to recognize all the hard work that employees do every day, and I think it's important that they hear that as much as possible. People don't call us, any of us up and thank us a lot. We hear a lot of criticisms, but, it is important that at least from the administration of the town and, us, the policymakers, that they hear that they are valued. I would suggest in the future that we change the program a little bit, maybe have them, have the party, the celebration, during the workday, maybe, a couple hours before they end for the day. I think we'd probably get wider participation then, especially from the people, from DPW and areas like that, and electric, rather than have them, have to leave work and then come. So, there's things that we should do to think about, improving it, and always be conscious of thanking them
Yeah.
for their work.
That's fine. The unfortunate thing at the event, I asked if the 5 years, to get the 5-year pin, did it have to be consecutive years or aggregate? And they said, no, it has to be consecutive, so it's kind of like, okay, I'm done. But it was a wonderful event, and I want to thank everybody for
Well,
participating.
I have a whole collection of pins, up to including 45.
Can you wear those to our next meeting?
Yes.
I would like to see all the pins.
Yes.
I will bring them.
Okay.
Okay, good, thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Just one other quick question, just on the budget books, I was hoping, and I saw Catherine here earlier, are we going to be able to take home our budget books tonight, or are they?
Yeah, we'll have, yeah.
Are they ready to go now, or do we have?
I'm sorry, sir?
Are
Are they ready to go now, or?
The budget books.
the budget
Yeah, they're working, they've a couple more things to add, but she's worked on it, and I want to just put the printout as the budget as it is, and we have a couple reports coming up tomorrow, but they'll be ready this week. They're already lined up and so forth.
Could we get tomorrow, Wednesday? What are you
I'd say
thinking?
Wednesday, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And we have, based on not having the information for tomorrow's, in time for tomorrow's night meeting, I did cancel that one. I saw a note late in the day that you canceled the Thursday meeting, the budget meeting as well. So,
That would be good, because then Rick and I can probably finalize the trash
okay.
to be included in that, because then Rick can do the full presentation. So if you could hold off on the Thursday, then we could have everything ready to go.
So then on the future agendas,
Okay.
we might as well do it now. We need to schedule or reschedule two budget meetings, the two budget meetings of this week, if everyone's amenable to that.
So I did, Mr. Chairman, speak with the chair of the Finance Committee today.
Thank you. I was going to call her tomorrow once we schedule, but thank you.
So their first meeting is for the 24th. Their second meeting is for the 26th. So they are starting the week of the 23rd. However, she did say that they can move the 24th if we need to have it moved. But she would like to try to keep the 26th and start that week.
Then, I would suggest a couple things. And Kyle, I know that you have some challenges, so, weigh in here as well. But we...
Not sure how to take that exactly, but okay.
I have other challenges.
I'm looking at the month here.
Thank you for clarifying.
Sorry.
Thank you for clarifying.
Calendar challenges.
Oh, calendar challenges. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
So our first hearing will be on the 12th,
all right.
okay? And I think that the 10th was not considered for various reasons that people couldn't make it.
Yeah, that is the day that I'm out of town.
Okay,
So we have no budget hearings, the vacation week, President's Week of the 17th. I think it would be good if we added one there. I personally have some challenges there, but
We won't be able to.
You won't.
No, so Carl is unavailable leading up to the 17th, and then the 18th and the 19th is when we're planning on having the first round of interviews, both those evenings from 5 until 9 or 10 o'clock.
So you're not available on the 17th, Carl?
No, I'm just getting back into town.
so we should be holding the nights of the 18th and 19th?
Nope, this is just for me and Carl.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, all right.
Can we do the 11th? Could we add the 11th?
Carl can't do
Carl's not here, right?
I mean, if you have to add another one, I would either have to miss it and watch it or try to be remote. If you have to, you have to. I don't want to hold up the budget process.
Well, then,
What about the 24th and the 25th?
I could make those work. Would those work for
Yep,
Yes.
as far as I know, yep. So we have a regular meeting on the 23rd.
Yes.
24th and 25th, I am out of town again. Could try to be remote for, 24th is better than the 25th for remote participation? 25th might be tough for me.
Could we, if we do the 24th, could we start a little earlier than 6:30?
I don't see why not.
I could, if I'm remote, I could.
How early are you thinking?
6 o'clock?
I could do 6. Yep, I could do 6.
Okay, so the 24th at 6?
I could actually start as early as 5:30 that day, if that's an option.
Do that.
Yeah. I'm just a little hesitant because a lot of, well, I suppose that people that watch
Well-
it don't necessarily always watch it live.
No, but that's a good point, because people do expect that, you know, we're going to be evening, right? And 5:30's sort of not really,
So we'll do 6.
we could do
Well,
6.
5:30, we could get rid of, complete the work that's, you know, there could be some preliminary things.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll do the 24th then at 6? Does that work, or 5:30?
4th.
Carl, does that work for you? You'll be the one remote.
Yeah, I can make 6 work. I probably can
Okay,
make.
right, we'll do
then
6.
Why don't we do the last one,
So we'll do the 24th at 6.
6? and then the
24th at 6?
26th?
I'm sorry?
24th at 6?
24th?
Yep.
6 p.m.
I think I'm okay then. I say, hold on.
And this is mainly budget?
This budget.
Yeah, this is all budget.
So we have the 12th and the 24th so far.
Yep, 24th, I'm fine.
Okay, how about
I'm good up until the 26th.
the 25th?
6,
26th. I'm good up until the 26th.
including the 26th?
No, not, because remember I had said
Right.
yeah,
So you can do the 25th.
I can do the 24th, 25th, yeah.
And Michael, when did Emily say their first one is?
Well, it would be the 24th, but the 24th and the 26th of that week, and they would like to keep the 26th if possible.
So if we meet on the 24th and 25th, does that put them in a,
Well, no, not necessarily, because the one that they meet on the 26th could be the budget that we do on the 12th.
oh, true, okay.
So we're not having a meeting tomorrow night
Or Thursday.
Or Thursday.
or Thursday. Instead, we will have one on the 12th
12th?
and the 24th.
And we're sure we can't do a different budget meeting on this Thursday, right? We couldn't add a different department, like the one we would have done on the Tuesday? Or it's not going to be done? We're not
We're
going to
not-
have
Our
Oh,
budget
the
looks like
problem
that.
is we won't have
Oh,
the
I'm
budget
sorry.
materials to review.
ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
sorry. Yeah, I missed that, sorry.
I don't think there's any reason that even though the FinCom is beginning their hearings on the 26th, we can't do a budget that they're not hearing on the 26th of February. Although Tom is gone, right?
Mhm.
Right.
So we really can't do that.
And we definitely can't do the 11th, is that right?
So
Mhm.
No, well, I'm out of town.
what about the 23rd?
We have a regular meeting that night, right?
And we have a hearing. It's a second-rate hearing.
And we
Yeah,
have
That'll be quick, though. The
screening
second one
interviews.
will be quick, right?
We could do
So-
that.
Wait a
Could we
minute.
could we do the rate hearing followed by budget work?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then just move the strategic planning to another meeting?
Yep.
Because that was the strategic planning meeting, too.
That's right.
Right, I think we could probably delay that.
We could delay that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So let's go through it again. Michael, take notes and send them to us, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're doing a budget hearing, the first one on the 12th,
Yep.
the next one on
The 23rd.
the 23rd, the fourth one on the 24th,
The
Mhm.
third one.
third one rather, on the 24th. And if need be, we'll do something in March, talk about the add-backs, because we had a fourth meeting to talk
Mhm.
about things that didn't get funded in the budget.
And we'll need to probably have a discussion on capital, too. Maybe we can talk about capital then as well.
Just to be clear, start times for these budget hearings, can we just review that for a second?
Mm.
So we have one on the 12th, is that 7? I have 7 written down.
I think we should do it at 6.
Yeah, I can do 6 at
I can't do 6 on a Thursday.
30?
I could do 6:30.
6:30?
6:30, okay.
Okay, so 6:30 on the 12th. And then for the 23rd, 24th, and 25th?
23rd was scheduled at 6:30 anyway.
Okay,
Right?
And the 24th, 6:30?
or 6?
6.
6 o'clock on
6 o'clock.
Tuesday and Wednesday?
Are we
Yeah.
doing the 25th?
Yeah, that was day number 4, right? I thought we were
I thought we
doing-
had 3.
Maybe we'll hold it to see if we need it.
No, we couldn't do the 25th.
Yeah, I thought so,
Oh,
too.
Carl can't do the 25th.
Right.
Yeah, Carl can do
Oh,
the
I
25th.
was thinking maybe that would be capital.
So we have-
The 23rd and the 24th are going to be budget. 23rd, 6:30 with that rate hearing. And then hopefully there won't be anything else that's an emergency.
Right.
We'll do the budgets on that day.
Right, so Thursday, so the 23rd, from 6:30 to 7, we can do regular business, because the hearing's not till 7. 7 o'clock till hopefully maybe 7:30 is the rate hearing, and then we can start the budget process and only have the budget process from 7:30 on.
And I think that's the second hearing,
It's the second hearing.
so it shouldn't be that long.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, good.
And so we're not holding the 25th, is what I'm hearing?
No.
And then if
That
we
will,
need another meeting, that'll be in March.
that'll cover all of the departments, those 3 meetings.
And if we need another one, we'll do one in early March.
Okay.
We're probably going to have to do one in early March anyway to talk about
Capital.
add-backs and capital.
And
Right,
we'll,
because this doesn't include capital, right?
Right, it doesn't include capital, right.
okay, and we'll reschedule the strategic planning for March sometime.
Yep.
Okay.
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 Tom, when do you come back from your trip?
When do you come back from your trip?
Okay.
What day are you back?
Okay, I'm back the week of, first week of March I'm here. I come back on Friday the 27th, no, I'm sorry, I come back Friday, March 6th. I leave on the 26th, I'm back on Friday the 6th.
Okay.
Oh, so you're out the whole,
After the 9th. You're here on the 9th.
You're back on the 9th?
Well, yeah, back to
Back
work,
in
and yeah.
office. Okay.
okay. So we wouldn't have a budget meeting until Tom's back? Okay. So Charlie, you have in your calendar March 5th, that Thursday, that's the Shellfish Advisory Board? No, March 5th.
Oh, right, that's right. You do now, Linda.
Okay.
I'll circulate an email similar to what I did a week
That was
ago.
helpful,
Just
thank
to
you.
double check, so, sorry, just last, the 23rd, what time are we starting?
6:30.
Normal time.
But that was the night we were going to have additional screening
right.
interviews, so we were going to see if we could start at 7.
Right.
Because we might need 5 to 7 to finish up our screening interviews. Might.
Let's make an executive decision as we get closer, because maybe because if there's not
Might
that,
not need it.
yeah, we may not need it, number one, and if there's really not any regular business that needs to be had prior to the budget hearing, then we could probably just start the
Okay,
meeting.
just
the
leave it
budget
at
hearing.
6:30 for now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just don't change it again, please. Whoever, powers that be.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is employee changes. I didn't see any of them in the budget. Okay. Did I miss something?
They were in the packet
Oh,
at the very end. I thought.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, at the very end of the packet after the minutes.
oh, yeah. I made it big and it
So
disappeared.
the approved banner list ends, it went from last July until December. I'd be more interested in seeing what's approved
Upcoming ones?
upcoming instead of last year's.
Yeah, and that goes just through the normal process. The town manager approves and we're notified. Correct?
Yes, but I think in the past, people have asked for that list.
Okay.
So I'm thinking that's why Leah produced it, but I think you're right. I think we were looking for it.
For the,
Forward-
going forward for the
moving,
next
yeah.
couple months, right.
Right.
Okay, so we do have a number of new hires, which I'll read, and certainly congratulate on their appointments. We have Mr. William DeCoff, who is a traffic control constable, Mark Brennan, a special police officer.
On the new hires?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I do have a question while I have all 5 members of the board here.
Okay.
First, we have settled, and he's been settled in for a couple of weeks, CJ Knopf, our IT director.
Yep.
And he has put together to me and to Mary what the needs are in his mind coming in here. And it was rather impressive. What I would like to do is I would like to at least, when he presents it to Mary and myself, if a board member would like to attend that meeting, I would love to have that. Obviously, he'll come before the whole board, but if there is one member who be available, I would love to have either she or he come to the internal meeting. So if somebody would like to volunteer.
Love to, yeah. If I'm available, I'd love to go.
When is
Hey,
it,
Carl?
When do you think it'll be?
I can do 2. I can't do 3.
when, tomorrow?
You want to,
When is it?
When is it?
I'm scheduling
Oh.
it with him, but I will send it out to the available dates for that.
Okay.
Okay,
But
Yeah.
I can settle out the available dates tomorrow.
great.
But I thought it was quite interesting versus how we've had it and what our needs are.
Yeah.
And it can be eye-opening.
Is there any chance of doing it this week?
I'm sorry?
Is there any chance of doing it this week?
This week?
Yes.
You
You don't have to answer me, but just
you can
And Carl's out of
probably do
town for
this
the next
week. I'm
month.
just saying,
for the next month, so.
As we just,
I'm okay on Thursday or Friday morning. What's a good day for you, Carl?
Let's see.
Or I can do Wednesday afternoon. Charlie and I have a Whittier meeting in the morning.
Michael and I have Friday morning, so Thursday morning could work. Or if it's before,
If you want, just text me or email me
okay,
that, and I'll play around with your availability.
great.
The only bad thing I have is Wednesday morning at Whittier.
Yeah, Thursday morning early could work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
So when will the whole board get to meet CJ?
I'm sorry?
When will CJ come here?
I plan on him coming into the first meeting, the next meeting,
Okay,
regular meeting, yeah.
thanks.
And we are finalizing the Council on Aging individual, and we hope to have that settled by next week. So the last one, the vacancy we have, and we're trying to see how we can handle it internally. We've had not success with a permanent procurement agent, either part-time or full-time. Kevin received a full-time position with the town of Wellesley, and we wish Kevin Rutherford the best going there. That's his goal, is to move into where I'm sitting. So let him get some more experience, more direct over in Wellesley. So thank you, Kevin.
Excuse me,
So,
Tom.
yes?
Sorry. Real quick, Mr. Chairman, I just sent out an email to the entire board. I CC'd Leah on it as well, and I also CC'd Emily on the FinCom about the scheduled date and times. I unfortunately have to get to work early tonight, so I have to depart
Okay.
right now. So, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael, for doing that.
And so, that's it?
Okay, just continuing right along here, we'd like to welcome the following people to our work family as new hires. William
Wait, I was
DeCoff,
gonna
a
tell them
traffic
all.
control constable. Mark Brennan, a special police officer. Christian Sematori, a special police officer dispatcher. Daniel Marshall, apprentice line worker. Chad Relinsky, apprentice line worker. Alice Newell, electric worker. Brianna Kelly, an assistant planner and permit administrator. Vin Lee, line worker. Maureen Power, election worker, Ilya Stacy, tax worker, Joel Steele, van driver, Anne Marie Bussing, election worker, Diane Halverson, an election worker, Kevin Rutherford, temporary procurement, who is now left to go to short stay. Louis Fidel Rees, a tree climber. Matthew Eldridge, waste treatment plant operator 4. Sarah Hardwick, open space steward.
See ya.
Robert Glavin, a firefighter. Benjamin Yanikakis, a firefighter. C.J. Canoff, an IT director, and Joshua Terranzoni, a wastewater treatment plant operator 4. Once again, welcome all these folks to all these vacancies in our town workforce. We appreciate your interest and service. And we do have current vacancies in a business manager at utilities, a water and wastewater engineer. We don't really have a vacancy, but we're working on a permanent town manager and a CO director, council on aging director, a purchasing and insurance risk manager, and a substitute reference librarian. And if you're interested in any of those positions, please contact the town manager's office to get the requirements to be considered. Okay, we do have the approved banner list for the year, and that's all I have. Anyone have any questions? Anyone have any select board subcommittee updates? Seeing none and hearing thing, would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you all. and
Thank
good
you.
night, Ipswich.